It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Star League. It is not just any good old-fashioned week this time. It is week one of the conference play-ins, and I hope y'all are excited. We've got 4 fantastic series coming at you tonight. I am Succulents, joined by Powder. And Powder, before we jump into everything, before we get into the Rocket League action, how are you? How you doing, man?
I am doing wonderful. We finally made it through the entire regular season, and now it is time. Conference play-ins leading to the conference championship. I'm so excited to get this postseason started with you, Succulents.
It is going to be a blast. And folks, this is the first time we've sat down and kind of thought we might not have full-blown shutouts tonight. Now, we've thought that and been proven wrong, but we've got some insane matchups because we are getting to that point where it is the best of the best going toe-to-toe, or I guess bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel, to kind of shoot out and win out in that victory. Powder, it's also very important to note early on that as we get closer to the end, you have less and less room for mistakes, right?
And yeah, at this point, you have basically no room for mistakes. It is single elimination from this point on. You lose and you are done. These teams, especially now with the conference play-in, you have to win tonight. And not only that, but to get into the official playoffs, you have to win on Saturday in the conference championship against the number 1 seed as well. So much pressure on these players, what it all comes down to tonight. As we just said, we made it through the 8 weeks of the regular season. We are now into the conference play-ins and the conference championship. And moving on after that, there will be a last chance qualifier following that conference championship. And it will all lead into a 16-team playoff, which all goes down to an in-person 2-team grand final event that all of these teams are grinding out for.
That is the end goal. That is the end-all, be-all of NACE Star League, Varsity Premier Rocket League. It is trying to secure that spot at those in-person grand finals, and it is going to be an interesting series as we watch, or I guess I shouldn't use the word series there, an interesting progression as we watch who it turns out to be at the very end, because, Powder, there are so many amazing teams here that there is truly no way to tell who is going to walk away victorious. Starting out in match 1, RIT versus Oklahoma City. It's going to be 6-1 versus 5-2. West Virginia University, they are 6-1 versus Kennesaw, 5-2. Then we see Lackawanna, 5-1. University of Michigan Flint, 4-2. And James Madison University, 5-2 against TAIMU, 5-2. So we're getting a lot of 5-somethings on the board today, Powder. Only a couple of teams have been able to break up into that 6th digit.
Yeah, and it does make sense with the way that this is formatted. And real quick as well, remember these players are playing for scholarship pricing as well. $1,500 to first place, $750 to second, and $375 goes to third place, all for playing a bunch of video games, so you can't quite complain there. But remember, with this format, these are the 2 and 3 seeds of every division going up against each other. So you tend to see those closer standings playing against one another. No undefeateds, obviously. Those are going to be reserved for that number 1 seed. So you do tend to see that kind of trickle-down effect. You see the 6-1 versus the 5-2 as these teams, they do have that progression of losing to that 2 seed, and that's why they're here today.
Yeah, losing to that 2 seed is the scary thing. We're getting a good old-fashioned run back, at least one today. I'm not positive how many run backs we've seen, but I know we've seen West Virginia and Kennesaw kind of go head-to-head already. It was a fantastic series. We're going to get the run back on that, but instead of a run back starting things off for tonight, we might get a run down. Before we talk about that, I, of course, want to give a moment to talk about Extra Life. Change kids' health to change the future. Join their page today. Definitely, please go check out Extra Life. Everything they do is awesome and fantastic, and it is done because of people that are willing to help. And if you're one of those people, please go check out Extra Life to make some changes in the world. But, Powder, I definitely want to talk about, I mentioned the rundown. And are we going to get that here from these teams?
We certainly could. And, of course, NACE Star League also running on Duncan on top of that. But with the way that the season is set up, the round robin format, each of these teams has played one another at one point. So for these teams going back at it, it's going to be tough. RIT beat their opponent OCU 3-0 earlier on in the season. And you got to try to see if OCU can turn things around here. Honestly, I don't know if it's going to happen. We'll get to more on that in a minute. But it's going to be tough for these teams who did drop that earlier on in the season.
Yeah, and it's important to talk about, Powder, I was just about to say this, and I'm glad this pops up, is we're no longer looking at a best of 5. We don't see 3-0 victories anymore. The best we're going to get is a 4-0 victory. So all these teams have to work about 5 minutes, a little bit harder. 5 minutes, the standard time for a Rocket League game with unlimited overtime. The home team repping that blue side, and this is going to be scary because I think there's so many times this season, where I have said, if this was a best of 7, I think the other team would have won. Well, Powder, now it's best of 7s. So will that other team finally win?
That's the nice thing, is that it is a little bit helpful if you're that lower ranked team. You get more opportunities to beat the higher seeded team, which in this case is RIT, bringing out Soccer, Sean, Sebward, and 8Con. OCU going to go at it with Nickel, Real Taterman, and K-Storm. But the thing is that these higher game formats do tend to favor the higher ranked team. It gives them more opportunities to settle in because over time you expect the better team to win more often.
Right.
So it does end up favoring that higher seeded team. But you can also look at it the other way. Oklahoma City University is going to have more opportunities to try to take down RIT. I'll be honest, I don't know if it's going to happen. I already mentioned that. But again, they do get those more chances to try to do it.
Yeah, to come back from a 3-0 and take the series any further, maybe even take it into some kind of 4-3 victory or, some equalization of that would be amazing from Oklahoma City. They've got some really big shoes to fill right now. RIT, a very recognizable name in the world of collegiate esports. And from what I just saw, if that's really the roster they're bringing out the A squad, matter of fact. So this could be a very consistent uphill climb. And I think our predictions, are going to be to prove that. It's not super fun when both casters agree, but in a situation like this one, RIT has been so incredibly dominant. They've been so strong, and they very often get scored on at all, let alone lose a game. So it would be pretty surprising, a statistical anomaly to see RIT lose this series.
It would. We saw them decimate Drury earlier on in the season. It was a 3-0, and Oklahoma City University even got 3-0'd themselves by RIT. In a best of 7, I don't know if they are going to get 4-0'd, but I really do think that Rochester is going to take this one tonight. It's just too powerful of a team. Again, we got to see them already earlier on in the season. I got them moving on to face St. Edward's University on Saturday in the conference championship.
And that is a good thing to know, Powder. You mentioned it once already, but we didn't get the chance to really hone in on it. There will be some Rocket League this Saturday as well. We're changing up the pace. Things are going to be a little bit more weird. There's some Rocket League to check out and some stuff to keep an eye on. So, just throwing that out there early. I'm sure we'll bring it up again, but, just so everybody at home knows.
Yeah, all these teams, again, remember the 2 and 3 seeds, this is where they go into the play-in. The winner of this will face the number 1 seed on Saturday for conference championships. The winner of that moves on to the playoffs. So, a lot of matches to try to get into these further stages into the postseason. Both teams are ready. We are underway as it's a quick offensive set by RIT. A challenge backwards works out good in favor of Oklahoma City University. They break out early, but, RIT early on showing that offense.
Yeah, RIT, they went for kind of a fake on the kickoff. They had the follow-up from their offense and unfortunately fell a little bit off to the side. Oklahoma City, a strong defense, trying to keep RIT zoned out because the second they get the opportunity to score, they're going to try and take it. A great demolition, gets to the goal wide open, and Sean still knocks it down towards the left side of goal, not able to line things up. RIT, they've tried, I think, 4 times already, but none of them going to be able to find that purchase in the back of goal, keeping us at that 0-0. So Oklahoma City's defense really showing up strong today.
And not only that, but there was an awkward miss for Soccer, Sean. It looked like he had an open net. Maybe it was too tough of an angle. Maybe he couldn't see through the demo smoke. I know there was a demolition that just happened. But it was an interesting miss there. But, they're not going to hone in on it too much. Plenty of time left. 4 minutes to go in game 1 as they're breaking down the other way again. Oklahoma City, a good job, though, of getting the offense back on. The air dribble to an open net. Nobody was home. And it's an early goal now for OCU.
Wow, I've never seen that goal celebration, and as a horror movie fan, that is really neat. That is a cool one. I mean, OCU, they're able to put that down quick, and that is a massive play coming out the gate. We could see some action more in their favor. Was that skill? Was that luck? The next goal is going to be the one to decide that for us. Oklahoma City scoring on RIT, something some teams have never done before. Let's see what they're able to do with this style of momentum. We see it set up quick from Tater, but it's going to fall off the crossbar. Nickel with a reset, trying to find something in off the corner. A pinch perhaps to a teammate center field. Nobody center field, and OCU trying to readjust for a secondary goal. Oh, wide open, but nobody's home to catch it.
It's not even been 90 seconds, and I'm not trying to read too much into things, but this is not the RIT I was expecting to come out. They did start off with the offense, but just not that many opportunities and nothing through yet. Maybe they'll change it now. A goal, or a shot, I should say, left side, but too soft. No-see with another stop, and it's another open net. Nickel just driving it to the ground and in. He's got his second of the game, and OCU up 2-0 early.
So I think anybody at home can recognize a pattern happening from RIT already. We've had about 2 minutes to watch it, and the same thing has happened 2 times by the same player. RIT is leaving their goal open. And that's something we've been saying the entire season. That is a nail in the coffin against your team. You need somebody in that back third. You need somebody in that back half. And as the kickoff comes through once again, can RIT change it up? Can they either get so dominant they don't need to play defense, or can they step up this defense to stop OCU's current rampage?
And for OCU as well, you know, this is a team we didn't get to see on the broadcast, but this early offense is impressive, especially against a team like RIT. Obviously, we all predicted RIT to win, and there is plenty of time for them to make the comeback in this game, let alone the series. But what a start it's been, and it's an own goal now. Nickel gets a hat trick, but it goes in off the defense. Just too much desperation for the Tigers.
That is, the Tigers really falling low and slow here. I mean, Nickel, like you said, just walks it up, puts a hat trick down. We're not even in the second half of the game yet, and things are already dominant in favor of OCU. This is what you need to do in a playoff like this, though, right? I mean, if you are desperate to find a spot later on in the week, you've got to show up, you've got to show off, and you've got to take down teams you thought you never were going to be able to. Right now, OCU up 3-0. Going to be a 3-1 differential as 8Con finally brings RIT back to life. The entire half of the game left, so OCU starts strong, but they need to finish strong for any of it to matter.
And it is a good turnaround now for RIT, finally getting back in on the offensive half. Since that first 30 seconds or so, they didn't really have any opportunity to be found. OCU was shutting it down, getting the offense back for themselves, not allowing RIT any space. They finally break through, get a goal. Quickly shut down, though. Back to offense for Oklahoma City. 8Con up, but he uses the last of his boost. Push forward. Tater cutting it off. Can he cut off the last man? He cannot. Soccer Shen out. Quickly back into the hands of Oklahoma City. Trying to fire it towards net. Can't quite get it done. It's a clear out for RIT. Need to get things going now. Still 2 minutes left, but with the amount of offense that OCU's piling on, RIT's opportunities are limited.
The opportunities are limited with 2 minutes left on the clock. RIT needs to change something up. Is it physicality? Is it communication? Or is it just keeping a defense a little bit more consistent? Speaking of consistent, Sebward able to give us a very clean goal. Puts that second one aboard. 2 minutes left. This is an opportunity for RIT to tie things up and possibly take the lead before game one comes to a close.
And you mentioned it earlier with the first goal, Septals, but it does feel like RIT is starting to wake up now. That time it was an open net, but still a great setup to knock home the double. Bring them back within one. And they get the offense right back. Nickel can't recover. Soccer Shen will just go for the pass. Met evenly by Nickel. Sebward backflipping, and it's a free goal for K-Storm. Another defensive mistake costs RIT again.
Costing RIT with only 100 seconds left on the clock. They're looking at a goal per 100 or 50 seconds here in the final remaining 100, and that's just to tie things up. Absolutely doable for a high caliber team like RIT, but as the way they've been playing so far in game one, Powder, I'm starting to get a little worried they might have to kiss game one goodbye. The beauty of a best of 7, however, is game one matters even less than it did in a best of 5.
Yeah, it's a lot that RIT can just shake off, assuming they do drop this game. Obviously, plenty of time left, still 90 seconds to get 2 goals. It's just a matter of whether they can pull it off, but no matter what, plenty of time in this series. Can take a full 7 if they want. Might want to try to get this comeback here, though, and they are going for it. A little bit aggressive there, but free space in front. Soccer Shen towards the net, easily cut off by Nickel, right back into the hands of Sebward. Cut off by Nickel again, though. Time continuing to tick down as 8Con on the turn will attempt to get the offense set back up for RIT. Open space in front of them. Giving away off the side wall. One up for the shot. It's a fake down to Sebward. Can't get the bump. It's off the crossbar. Soccer Shen is up, but he cannot find it. Time really starting to run out now, but the shot is just on and in. I did not think that one had a chance, but you know what? RIT brings it within 1.
It was a high-risk, high-reward scenario for RIT there. Like you said, it was a low blow from 8Con, just kind of bouncing it in with a little bit of luck. They find the goal, 48 seconds left, so obviously we need, 1 per 48 to tie things up here for OCU, and that's just to keep the dream alive. Then all they do is force an overtime. We all of a sudden have to watch the timer tick up instead of down, and it goes until somebody establishes a heavy enough gameplay style to take a point off their opponent one more time. This is just game 1, folks. We could have a maximum of 7 games in this series. We're already at a 1-point differential. This is what today may be all about, is these neck-and-neck gameplay styles where a team can win by a single point.
It's incredibly close, but still RIT needs to get the goal, and off the dunk they will. 8Con, an incredible 50. We're tied up with 22 left.
22 left on the clock here, 4-4. Pressure on both sides, and this is going to be a tough one for either team to comfortably win. Somebody's going to win by the skin of their teeth, by a single point to their name. This is going to be the pressure on, and this is simply game 1 of a series. They learned a lot about each other here in this first game. They need to carry that knowledge in over the 2nd, 3rd, 7th game to see what they can bring out next.
I'm starting to see OCU get a little bit panicky there on the defensive end. They've given up a 3-0 lead, tied up 4 with the final seconds now, and RIT with an opportunity in the final seconds, needs to stop, and he gets it, keeps it close, which is smart. You could see Sebward, there was the last man ready to rotate up. They get it down to the ground. We see overtime in game 1 of the day.
Game 1 overtime. Definitely not what we expected going into this. We thought RIT was going to establish an insane dominance, and here in overtime, they tried to do just that. Sebward goes for a goal, blocked out by Oklahoma City now, and this is the moment. RIT's been waiting for a great pinch off the corner. Soccer Shen tried to find the follow-through, but nobody's there to catch it for that tertiary try. 20 seconds on the clock, and things not as clean as RIT may have wanted them to be.
No, playing a little bit slow here. Now they'll try to pick things up as Sebward there. The 50 successful soccer shot, open net, scores it, and RIT completes the comeback, walks away with game 1.
RIT walking away with game 1. Perhaps a little bit of luck on their side, not as one-sided as they may have hoped it to be, and a win is a win regardless. But I mean, Oklahoma City, talk about a show-up, talk about a comeback, talk about whatever you choose to call that, way to show up against a team like RIT.
Yeah, that was not the start that I expected, honestly, from either team. I didn't expect Oklahoma City to come out slow and just be absolutely crushed by RIT. But RIT just seemed a little sleepy there at the start, and Oklahoma City certainly took advantage of it. Got out to that 3-0 lead led by Nickel, but unfortunately RIT woke up with plenty of time left. They complete the comeback, win it in overtime, and that is something that if you're Oklahoma City, you know you have more time. It's a best of 7, but you have to let that one go. That is a tough loss to swallow. Yeah. They got to move on.
It's a tough loss to swallow, and it's also a game to be proud of in its own essence, right? A 1-point differentiation. Wow, my tongue is just not cooperating with my brain today. And we see RIT, they win it out just barely. Maybe Oklahoma City can use what they did in game 1 to dominate in game 2, but I think we saw RIT really fumble the ball early on, and then they really started to wake up. Maybe that was rust. Maybe that was them being a little bit sleepy. It's pretty late. You know, it's already 7 p.m. Maybe they weren't ready for such high-caliber competition against Oklahoma City. Maybe there was some hubris in it. They thought they were so confident they didn't need to try all the way. But Oklahoma City, they did what needed done on their side. They took several points off of RIT, and they were this close to winning. Let's see if they can flip the script in game 2. Let's see if they can take it from this close to it actually did it.
And to do that, they're going to have to keep that pressure up. In that game 1, it felt like they, not that they let off, but they allowed RIT too much space and too much time themselves on offense, and it obviously eventually led to the comeback. I mean, one was just an incredible 50 from 8Con there up in the air, but there was also a little bit of an awkward defensive play. I don't want to say it was a double commit, but just too far upfield that resulted in that game-tying goal. A quick start again from Oklahoma City University. This offense a lot more potent than I think either you or I expected, Sepulence, but it's quickly back into the hands and almost in a goal line stop from Nickel. He will get the clear out. Oklahoma City University back to where they're comfortable is the offense, and the stop made there that time by RIT.
Yeah, I won't pretend, Powder. I mean, I came into this with an expectation, and that expectation has already been defied by Oklahoma City pretty aggressively. They lost game 1, but it was notably closer than any of us expected. They're coming to life here in game 2. Half a minute off the clock. A great demolition from RIT, but perhaps onto the wrong player. K-Storm there to catch the ball. Tater with the clear of a lifetime, and here goes an open goal again. We got the exact same story here in game number 2, where RIT leaves their goal open, and OCU threads the needle to find it.
8Con, It's hard here because the third man, so I don't want to call out 8Con specifically. It's the third man for RIT every time. They just push too far up the field. He's not in a bad area of the field, but he's too far up the field. He needs to be more patient That's what, 3-4 goals now scored by OCU on overcommits like that. RIT has to be more patient. They like that aggressive offense, but it is costing them dearly. It sent them to overtime in game 1. They have to clean things up, otherwise they may be dropping games here in the future.
And you don't want to be dropping much of anything in a situation like this. RIT wants to dominate. They want to find some points on the board, and Oklahoma City's defense is just not allowing them to do that with ease. They are making RIT work for every single crumb of these goals that we have seen so far. 90 seconds off the clock, OCU up by 1, and RIT desperate to tie things up. They want to restabilize the game. They want to take control of the momentum again. Oklahoma City, just a constant run for their money.
And this is the thing, is that if RIT can get things going again, it might spell a little bit more success on offense with the more chances that they're getting. Like you said, Oklahoma City has been stingy, but the goals on the other end have been more or less freebies for Oklahoma City with just how little third man there is. He's always too far upfield. So RIT definitely needs to clean things up because still down by 1. The aggression starting to pick up. Easy stop made to the side. Sever needing to get there in time and does. Might set up something on offense, but the challenge is lost out. Tater back the other way, not for long, into the hands of K-Storm, losing the challenge. Akon will clean it up to get the game tied up.
Game finally tied up here just shy of the second half. RIT tying it up. They were able to win out by a single point this time. They've tied it up. A great pinch from Akon off the side of the goal. Could be a moment for OCU to fall down. This could be RIT really establishing a dominance early. They could kick OCU to the side, walk away with a 4-0, but Oklahoma City, they have not been a team to go quietly into that night, and I don't think that's going to change here. Nickel with a far distance shot, just cannot find the lineup. Akon with the catch and running it away from the goal, so currently an open goal on the side of RIT as they're trying to go coast to coast with it. Ball's just a little short, and the follow-through will seal the deal. RIT back and in charge, 2-1.
Akon has been a beast on these challenges. You can see him first on the play and then last to get this pass out to Sebward. He cleans that up easily, and RIT at halftime have their lead. Their first one in regulation up to this point. Like we said, Oklahoma City has been stingy. Not been easy at all. Another one given right into their hands might get them back the other way to get a game-tying goal. But either way, RIT is starting to pick things up. No matter how good the Oklahoma City defense has been, Akon has been a leader for these challenges, getting it the other way and setting up goals. See if he continues to be that as he now takes it along the side, that time losing a challenge. A shot is wide. Now it's Oklahoma City trying to get back.
Oklahoma City with 2 minutes left on the clock. A draw is within their grasp, but we saw them go to an overtime back in game 1. They want to try to keep that same pressure here in game 2. They were not able to clutch it out, but they need to rewrite history here. If RIT goes up 2-0, that obviously makes it a lot harder for Oklahoma City to come back into the fray. 100 seconds remaining for OCU to spice something up, to change something, and they're just fighting for a draw right now.
Another good challenge by Akon. Sebward quickly up that time. Somebody taken off the field, and Sebward can't land the challenge. Nobody on the left side of that net. Good back post stop from Nickel, but a close call. Up off the back wall, Akon just bumping into players. Pass down to Sebward. He peels off. So it's Akon turning into it. Up into the corner. Tater winning out that challenge into the hands of Sebward one more time. Good read from Nickel, catching along the back wall. Dishing it out, but not far enough. RIT's third man is now playing a lot more safe, and the rotation is allowing them to keep the pressure on. Another shot this time wide, but one more challenge. The third man pushes up. The offense is still on.
I really think that first game was RIT just simply not ready for it. They really did not feel awake. They did not feel ready to go. And as they began to lose that first game, they really flipped that switch. They turned it on. They took it and they made it their own. Trying to do the same thing here in game number 2. Sebward misses what could have been a game-securing goal, but they're still up in the lead. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Will this continue to shift in favor of RIT, or can Oklahoma City find a miracle in these remaining 30 seconds?
Oklahoma City playing a little bit too quick. That time Tater gave it away, and you know what happens? It leads to a goal on the other end. And just like you said, Sepulence, a few seconds ago, this time maybe game sealing. Oklahoma City needs to calm down a little bit. Tater kind of banged that one out, desperate for the clear. Instead, it goes right back into the hands of RIT, and they punish for it.
They punish for it indeed, Powder. That is probably the game-winning goal. 30 seconds left on the clock, 1 per, 12 right now from OCU, just to keep things in a lead, a 1-point advantage. They could find a miracle goal, but unfortunately, they're going to fall too little too short here in game number 2. That puts RIT 2 games shy of winning out this series. And they might be able to do it in a 4-0 if they can keep this momentum up. If they continue to fall a little short, a little lackluster, OCU can absolutely flip the script at any given moment. Unfortunately, that moment's just not going to be found here in game number 2.
No, it was close there at the beginning. You know, OCU got out to that, not got out to that lead immediately, but they are taking advantage of when RIT makes those slight mistakes. Unfortunately for them, it does feel like RIT has cleaned things up, shifted their game style to make that third man a little less aggressive, and it's worked out in bunches for them. You know, they finally kill it to the ground after some extended 0-second play there, but for RIT, I like the way that they've shifted. That third man isn't as aggressive. He isn't as eager to go for the offense, but he's still there waiting. And now he's pushing up when it's smart to do so. Hasn't resulted in any more open net goals. It was the only goal of game 2. RIT is looking a lot more comfortable. Maybe they did have to just wake up a little bit after game 1, because now they looked more in control for this series.
Yeah, maybe it was just a wake-up call. Maybe it was a lack of communication from RIT. They got scored on open goal 3 times in a row, but finally that third time was the charm in terms of waking them up, reminding them what was on the line and what they were here to fight for. A 2-game victory, again, still unbelievably closer than I expected going into this. But to be fair, I also had never seen Oklahoma City. It was just me knowing how good RIT was. But Oklahoma City, they have come to prove that they can fight toe-to-toe with a giant like RIT. And so far, even at a 2-0 deficit, they have been keeping this very, very close.
It is close, and that's what's tough right now for OCU is with how close it is, RIT is only going to be building up more and more. It feels like OCU lost their opportunity there in game 1 when they had that 3-0 lead. Obviously, RIT picked things up there late, but it felt like that was their best shot to get out to an early lead in this series, which could have spelled things a lot differently for the remainder of it. Now they're fighting back down from 2-0. Yes, it's a best of 7. You still have more time, but of the potential 4 remaining games of the potential 5 remaining games, you're going to have to win about 4 of them. It's going to be a tough one for OCU going forward. But we'll see how they turn things around as they have the offense early on once again.
An early offense might be enough for RIT to put the nail in the coffin right here against OCU. But OCU, Oklahoma City, fighting back tooth and nail in this situation. They want to put a point on the game. They want to put a game on the board. They want to see some magic happen. They want to change the pace of play. There's 6 opportunities for them to win this out. But if RIT wins 2 in a row, there are 0 opportunities. Probably the slowest goal I've ever seen in Collegiate Rocket League there. Tater goes for the tap, hits it up, and it just kind of finds its way in there. Oh, all because of Tater. I did not see that bump the first time around, but holy cow, what a silent play.
A great aggressive play there from Tater to follow up his own shot and get the bump, but almost tied up. Can't slot it through. Tater a bit too speedy. Been a good leader here early on in game 3 for OCU. They have to keep it up, though. RIT's third man has made smarter and smarter turns to keep this offense going. They've kept it up here in game 3. Another challenge to keep it going. Off the corner, following it up himself. Soccer Sean on a quick turn. Akon to follow, slotting it in off the crossbar. Wow. RIT tying things up immediately.
I mean, second game of the series where OCU had found the lead early. And then third game of the series where it's been equalized. RIT, they're going to be able to find that point immediately out the gate, putting OCU on the back burner once again, putting them on the ropes. They want to eliminate this team as quickly as possible and move on to whatever they see Saturday. Oklahoma City, they've got to wake up if they lose this one. RIT will need 1 more game to walk away in a 4-0 victory for our first series of the night.
Quickly back onto offense is RIT. Quick turn now from Akon, last of his boost. This gives it away to Nickel. Now over towards the side, RIT holding the offense, and another just long clear out for OCU that goes into the hands of RIT. Sever didn't have any boost himself. He was pretty much forced to do the same thing. Aggressive push from that last man. Luckily the shot was high. Akon on the rotation back around. Gets the clear, keeping it close. A smart play here. Forcing OCU to take the challenge, which they win. Tater pushing up. He doesn't fully go for it. No, don't know if he didn't have the read. Interesting to peel off of that. It's RIT back to offense once more, nearly the double tap, but it's still Akon to hold it on.
Akon to hold it on. Can he continue to do so? Tater, a great block, keeping it at a 1-1 scoreline. RIT winning by a single point. Has felt like it's the name of the game here tonight, but they're trying to put a few more on the board, starting with Soccer Sean, finding point number 2. RIT up 2-1, 3 minutes left on the clock. Oklahoma City, the defense is great, but RIT, every single time they score, every time they don't score, it feels like they've got a second plan right in their back pocket to make sure they do.
Both teams pulling out the aggressive play as well. The bump that time gets a goal, this time though in the hands of RIT. Quick challenge from Nickel is not successful. Turn from KC Storm, where K Storm can't get it. Now out, Sebward free net in front of him. He takes advantage. A 3-1 lead now for RID. That strong Oklahoma City defense we saw earlier on starting to crumble.
Yeah, getting played out a little bit by Sebward in particular. That was a really clean goal, arguably the second best we've seen. I think that bump goal earlier from, shucks, the name is escaping me, from Tater on the side of OCU, the one that started off this game, was very good, very impressive. And now RIT finding a couple solo plays of their own, might be able to make some magic happen just to secure a third game win. Doesn't really need to be magic, just needs to be consistent. And with a 3-1 scoreline, maybe they are going to be able to find some consistency to walk away with a 3-0 victory. They want to put that 4th point on the board, though. They want to make sure they put 4 game wins on the board, and then they can just say they're done. They can 4-0 Oklahoma City and move on to the rest of this tournament.
Close call there. Another challenge won out by RIT. Back into the hands of OCU, but just not for long again. Tater is able to get this one forward, but it's just another desperation attempt, and what do you know, leads to another goal. OCU needs to keep better control because they keep handing it away to RIT. They're fully taking advantage.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit scary. We've got 131 seconds left on the clock, so maybe OCU could put a couple of goals down here and there. They can find themselves in a slightly more advantageous position, but even if they just score one time, they score one more time toward the end, they lose this game, whatever, but at least they've got that goal on the board. At least they've got that momentum moving into the rest of the series, even though the rest of it might be just one more game unless RIT starts slipping up a little bit more.
Ooh, shot towards an open net. That was the last man back. Nickel, a good flick. He's been the first man for OCU all day. Another goal for him. Brings them back to within 2 now, and there is still plenty of time. Just under 2 minutes left in this game number 3, so OCU is certainly not out of it yet.
Down but not out indeed, Powder. This is OCU in a moment of opportunity. They find a goal, they find the momentum, and they find the possible mental boost they may have needed to get back into this game and possibly back into this series. 106 seconds here on the clock. RIT going to be able to steal some ball control, just absolutely barrel down toward OCU's goal, but all 3 defenders are going to appear, making that goal almost impossible for Sebward. Akon has to give up on the attempt, but Soccer Sean there in center field goes for a shot of his own, and now it is hurtling towards the goal of RIT. Another disruption, but Tater just cannot put it away. A sloppy ball into the center field no man's land, and it's 8Con, RIT, with that ball control and with the goal. What a phenomenal goal from RIT. Talk about teamwork.
Honestly, one of the most mechanical plays we've seen out of this match so far.
Easily.
We haven't seen that much, which it isn't a bad thing, but it's cool to see now 8Con dish that one off the sidewall, and it's just a perfect read down below. 5-2 now in favor of RIT, really looking to secure this game 3. Get themselves into a position that is nearly impossible to come back from if you're OCU. A best-of-7 reverse sweep does not happen really at any level, and as RIT continues to pile it on in Game 3, it's looking like OCU might need that miracle.
A best-of-7 reverse sweep would also put us like an hour behind schedule, so I think there's quite a few people behind the scenes that wouldn't be stoked if we started ending every matchup with a reverse sweep best-of-7, but at the end of the day, it is all about Collegiate Rocket League, and it is all about taking every single game we've got and taking it as far as we possibly can. Maybe OCU is going to be able to do that, but with 60 seconds left, it's got to be a full-blown reverse sweep, Powder. Like you said, it's not going to be, a 4-2 victory. It would need to be a 4-3 victory. They would have to go the rest of the series without making a single mistake.
It's really going to be tough for them as well. We went into, I want to say it was a 4-4 overtime in Game 1. Since then, Oklahoma City has been limited to just 3 goals total, 1 in the previous, 2 in this game. Offense has been tough to come by, especially as RIT keeps piling it on. I called that one a little bit early, but it is followed up by Sebward. Now 7-2 in favor of RIT.
7-2 in favor of RIT, and this is starting to feel a little bit more like they're just trying to play with their food a little bit before they go ahead and eat it. RIT up 7-2, 39 seconds left on the clock, and that aggression working out well. Game 1, I mean, at this point, we can just call it sloppy from RIT because they've shown us what they can do when they're at that full caliber, when they're paying that full attention. This is what they're willing to bring to the table. OCU's Tater going to miss that bonus goal, and with 30 seconds left, I don't think it would rewrite history here in Game 3, but again, as I mentioned earlier, could have been huge for that momentum, could have been huge for that mentality boost going into Game 4, and there it is from Nickel, able to put that 3rd point down for OCU.
Yeah, another great goal here, another great passing play this time on the side of OCU. And again, it's just really that momentum booster heading into Game 4. There is little to no chance. I'm going to say there's no chance of them coming back in this game. They need 4 and 20 seconds, obviously. So
1 per 5.
Yeah, so they're going to look to head towards Game 4. And it's a really tough position to be in as a player. A best of 7 reverse sweep has happened probably only a dozen times at the RLCS level. As you go down, it's a little more possible with the more, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the fluctuation of skill levels. Maybe it's a little more possible, but it's not something that's very likely. OCU has it in for themselves, but you know what? It all starts with 1. If they can just clean things up a little bit and even scratch out a 2-1 victory or something like that, a close victory in this next game, who knows what could happen for the rest of it.
A close victory is exactly what Oklahoma City is going to need, but if RIT finds a victory, close or not, then we're done with Series 1, and that'll be a 4-0 victory. So there's only 2 narratives left standing here, and it is either a 4-0 for RIT or Oklahoma City can begin to push the envelope just a little bit further, give us a change of play and a change of pace, and do what many believe to be impossible in the form of taking down RIT, something only, I believe, 1 team has had the honor of doing here at NACE so far.
And that was St. Edward's University. Remember, the winner of this match does play them on Saturday. So both of these teams, obviously they did lose to St. Edward's, who I believe went undefeated in their division.
I think so.
So you know, it's kind of tough. You know, you're going to win this, but you're going to go against a team who, I believe, 3-0'd both of these teams. So you just want to continue your season a little bit further, but you also know that it could come to an end on Saturday. But at the same time, you got to focus on the now. RIT has to get this done. They want to get it done in 4. Oklahoma City University is staring down the barrel of a reverse sweep that they need to try to complete. And it all starts with this Game 4. Like I said, just eke out a win any way possible. And who knows what can happen from there on out.
The rest of this series for Oklahoma City has to be just 1 more goal. Just 1 more goal. Just 1 more goal. Because every single goal they find, it could be a goal against, or for the beginning of that reverse sweep. A demolition comes out early. Nobody's able to capitalize in their entirety, but it's a slightly open goal for Oklahoma City. That demolition actually worked out well for OCU before Sebward stole that shot back. Trying to take ball control for RIT. Goes up and against the wall. Aton towards the center field. Nobody but OCU there to catch it. And this could be a moment for OCU to put that first point on the board once again.
Close call, but right back in the hands of RIT again, using the flip to push it forward further. The second man was up on the wall, so it's a little bit slow now for RIT to try to get it back going. And it results in some OCU offense. A good cut from soccer. Shen Akon not able to catch up to that one. Last man pushing up for RIT. A slight touch to get it away. And it works out again. Akon up. Plenty of boost. Bangs it straight towards the ground. He can't find the read. It should have been saved if you're OCU, but you got to shake that one off. Still plenty of time if you want to start this comeback.
Plenty of time, 4:13 on the clock. Losing by a single point does not have to be the full-blown loss for OCU. This could be a moment for their time to shine. They could find something, but RIT, they are the Goliath of every David in NACE Star League. Or I guess, you know, they've been taken down once on their own, so not quite as untouchable as we may have thought. OCU proving that in the first game where they scored notably the highest of every game we've seen so far. Like you said, I think it was a 4-4 overtime. So OCU really kept them close quarters. I mean, was very 1 goal away from winning a game against RIT, but close. In a game like Rocket League is simply not going to cut it. They need to find that 1-point advantage. They need to find that 1-game win. And they should be able to make that happen. But RIT, they have just been so ruthless in this series so far.
And that was the chance that Oklahoma City needed. There was a double commit from RIT on the back line. They had an open net, but they could only play it slow. They do get the offense back, but might be kicking themselves for not taking advantage, knocking it home. It's now into the hands of RIT again, over towards Sebward. One taken off the field. That was the last man. Now forced to race back as K-Storm. Awkward turn for Nickel. Push forward.
Oh, no.
Sebward can't catch up. 8Con just a bit wide. A turn from Nickel one more time. Not a lot of boost in the tank. K-Storm just a desperation attempt to at least give his team time to get some boost. A little too aggressive there from Tater as well. Oklahoma City just a little bit panicky here. 3 minutes left. They still do have time. RIT is building that offense more and more.
And building that offense now is arguably the worst thing that OCU wanted to see. They were hoping for a crack in the armor, a slip, a mild mistake that they could take advantage of. But RIT, if anything, have been getting cleaner every single game. Up 1-0 right now. The first half of the game essentially gone. About 10 seconds left for OCU to tie it up before we enter half number 2. And the cards simply just not stacked in their favor at this moment.
Double commit there from OCU, doesn't come back to bite them, but they can't break out. Tater, desperation save. It's off into the corner. Nickel can't push up. His teammates rotating behind him. Now pushed forward and into the corner. Tater on an awkward backflip. No one there for RIT. Now it's over towards them, given away another time by Oklahoma City University. They gain the possession. The flick into the corner is into the hands of the Tigers one more time. They'll take advantage and go back onto offense.
Going onto the offense may be what RIT just wants to keep in line. You know, we talk about this a lot. I haven't brought it up yet today, but we're only in Series 1. You don't have to win by a lot. You just got to win by one. RIT, they've already put one down on the board. Maybe they are ready to call it a day. Maybe they want to keep it at that 1-0. They want to make it a quick game, and as long as OCU doesn't score, they're totally cool with that. Winning by a single point is still a win after all.
OCU still with plenty of time, especially after a miss like that. Soccer Sean, good recovery from him. Cleans up for his teammate's mistake. Back the other way, Tater looking for the pass down. It's actually a fake over for his teammate. Tater on the turn, a misflip though. And now Soccer Sean gets taken off of him. Now just a lot of back and forth. Neither of these teams have really found a super close opportunity lately. RIT might just be happy to waste time. An aggressive play on the demolition. Can't find it into the back of the net just yet. Now Tater back out the other way, one-on-one. Can he beat Sedward? He can't. Sedward pushes it forward. Over towards Akon. Not exactly the clear out he wants. OCU will push it back in another time. But so far struggling to really maintain that offense and put some severe pressure on RIT.
Series starting with a bang and currently appearing like it's going to end with a whimper. OCU not able to put that point on the board quite yet to tie things up. 42 seconds remaining. This is their chance to rewrite history. This is their chance to change it up and give us that game number 5. But the cards currently not in their favor. Every time we see a shot toward the goal of RIT, oh my goodness, Nickel had a huge opportunity to strike, but the defense didn't even need to hit him. He misses the shot. He whiffs the lineup, and RIT, with 23 seconds left, are still in the lead. This might be it for OCU here tonight.
They have maintained this offense for a long time now. And of course, as I say that, breaking down and off the crossbar and in 2-0 for RIT. It's not over for OCU just yet, but they do need a kickoff goal. It's going to be a tough ask for them.
A tough ask indeed, Powder. A kickoff goal into it, essentially another immediate kickoff goal. We're going to need a good old-fashioned 50-50 win here from OCU. The pressure is stacked against them. This is quickly becoming a now-or-never scenario, and unfortunately, I think it's going to be never. 5 turns to 4, and that'll just continue to tick down until we hit that 0. The moment that ball touches the ground, RIT will be our first victors of the night with a 4-0 dominance here in Series 1. Things start off a lot scarier than I think any of us anticipated, but RIT, they cleaned it up, they changed it up, they overperform, and they 4-0.
Yeah, and it wasn't exactly what I expected out of RIT. Mainly just early on, though. Later, they got that control.
Agreed.
They got that offensive domination that we saw earlier on in the season against Drury. But it just wasn't exactly the same. Oklahoma City was a much more powerful team than I had expected coming in, and it's no disrespect to them, but with the way the RIT played early on, I thought that this was going to be a little bit of a decimation again. They played well. They had that lead early on in Game 1, but unfortunately weren't able to hold it there to the end. And from there on out, I don't think they held anything more than a 1-goal lead for a few seconds at a time. RIT had it with them the entire way through, and they are our first victors and face St. Edward's University on Saturday.
St. Edward's University. We got to run back here. It's like you mentioned, the round robin kind of forces everybody to play one another, and we're going to get another one. Hopefully it's not an exact run back the way this one was, that 3-0 fashion, but RIT, things are going to be rough. It's going to be a hard journey for them, and they're going to have to really overperform, I think, in order to succeed on Saturday.
Yeah, they really are. RIT, it's going to be tough. This is a great team, but St. Edward's University is another CRL team. There's a reason that they went undefeated in NACE this year. There's a reason why they are at the top. RIT, again, a tough ask for them to try to take this on Saturday, but for right now, they just got to be happy that they won tonight, and they get the rest of the week to try to prepare for that conference championship.
Absolutely, and I think I'm gonna check here. Hopefully we're gonna get an interview with somebody from RIT. I know that's the goal right now, and I love to talk with the players, hear what they have to say, especially, oh, and look at that, thank you, production, the interview is ready. We're gonna jump over to our friend from RIT. We're gonna find out right with all of you who it's going to RIB, and it's Sebward. Perfect. Sebward, so my first question, I'm gonna put you on the spot right away. Game 1, not super great from you guys in the beginning. Things really start to fumble. They fall apart pretty quickly. And I was shocked to see that. So kind of what was going on? Was it just, were you guys a little rusty, a little tired, or did you just not you weren't in full gear by the start of game one? Oh no, we can't hear you, Sebward. Is that just me?
I think I should be good.
There we go. There we go.
There we go. We're good. We're good. Cool. Yeah, so we wanted to come out with a lot of aggression, a lot of pressure right off the bat. We definitely came out with a little too much, and it kind of caught us off guard. So we had to make sure to just step back a little bit, relax the next games. We were a little bit rusty. Thank you, Shen, for coming in. Unfortunately, one of our main guys, Sunblaze, was out today getting his wisdom tooth pulled, so missed him out today. But hopefully he'll be back for the next match next week.
Yeah, and that was going to be one of my points as well about the aggression. You know, Septilence and I called it multiple times where it was just a very aggressive third man play. Yeah. Did you guys just have to kind of settle down? Because it even carried into game two. So what kind of brought you guys to finally kind of settle down? Because once you settled down, that third man had much smarter rotations. You were clean from there on out.
Yeah, we definitely realized we needed to have a lot more control. Having those high-scoring games were just a little too much, and it was very quick to just kind of get out of hand. So we had to make sure that we weren't letting it get to that point.
Right, and then heading into Saturday, you play St. Edward's University, who, according to the schedule, you guys had lost 3-0 earlier in the season. What are you guys doing to try to prepare for that match, to try to continue your run into playoffs?
So they're a very aggressive team, very good guys, and we're going to focus, watch some of the games from beforehand, get a game plan down, and just kind of relax and just bring that same level of confidence into next week.
Perfect. Yeah, you'd love to hear it. A cool, calculated plan and one that hopefully works out well for you. But Sebward, before we let you go, one more question. Anybody you want to give a thank you or a shout out to while you're here with us?
Just thank you to all of the RIT guys. Thank you for them just supporting and always being there. It's a really nice community, so shout out to them.
Wonderful. Well, hey, thank you so much for joining us. A huge congrats on your victory, and we will see you soon.
Cool. Thank you so much, guys. Have a good one.
Absolutely, you as well. And folks, don't be too upset, even though we have to throw to a little break. We've got 3 more Best of 7 series left for you here today at Nace Star League, so we're going to throw to a break. Now, everybody use this time, get a snack, get some water, do something. We'll come right back here for some more Nace Star League play-in action in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon. So, today's our first series was a 3-0, and we don't know how the rest of it's going to go, but I've got some good news, gang. If Rocket League's a quick one, the rest of the week is jam-packed with some esports action here at NACE Star League, Overwatch 2 and League of Legends on Tuesdays, Call of Duty and Valorant on Wednesdays, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate on Thursdays, and CSGO on Fridays. And while it's not on this little list, I'm going to remind you guys once again, we have more NACE Star League Rocket League happening this Saturday. So if you want to be sure to catch that, be sure to drop a follow on the channel or any of NACE's social medias, because they're going to be posting all about it all weekend long, and it's going to be sick and awesome, and you should all come to check it out. All right, enough of that. Let's talk about what's coming up next, Powder. We've got WVU, West Virginia University, up against Kennesaw State University, a matchup I believe we recently saw just a couple of weeks ago, and it was, unfortunately, very one-sided.
It was last week we got to see West Virginia go against Kennesaw State, and I mean, it went into a very close game 5. Early on, it was crushing for West Virginia. They were up, I want to say, it was 2-0 because they almost got reverse swept. Kennesaw State brought it back with the lead of Flitz. He was playing out of his mind for Kennesaw State, but unfortunately just fell a little bit too short there in Game 5, and now it's their time for revenge. This longer series might come to benefit them. Who knows? Who knows in a best of 7 last week if they would have turned things around and won 2 in a row. I'd like to see if it can try to happen this week, but still, I think West Virginia's going to take it, of course, bringing out Angel Rotz and Falls and Kennesaw State going back to their main NACE roster of Dolo, Aura, and Fierce, and no Flitz tonight.
Yeah, so to substitute out the player that got you to Game 5 is a really fascinating choice. I'm not going to judge it. I'm not a collegiate Rocket League player. I'm sure they're doing what they believe is best, but Flitz was that playmaker, and I accidentally said it was very one-sided. I meant to say it started one-sided the way you did, but my brain isn't working tonight, so I said the wrong thing. I think you guys all get the point, though, that this was close off the back of Flitz in particular. Taking Flitz out of the equation, I personally don't know if I get it, but maybe Kennesaw has something up their sleeve. Maybe they're trying to bring something new to the table that none of us are expecting, and maybe they're going to be able to shake it up here against West Virginia.
Yeah, I do want to say that this is their more main NACE roster. Of course, some schools will bring out different rosters for different leagues, so as far as I know, this is their roster for NACE, but with this roster, both Septilence and I agree, West Virginia University is going to take it tonight. It was a 3-2 last time with Flitz in the equation. Without him there tonight, this one might be a little more lopsided in favor of West Virginia. But who knows? Maybe Kennesaw State, like you said, has something up their sleeve, and they might show us some surprises.
Maybe Kennesaw is going to give us that classic third-man gameplay style. Maybe they're going to give us their best RIT impression and just hold pedal to the metal the entire game and try to score as much as humanly possible. Maybe they're just trying something new themselves, and they're just going to put all the pieces together and hope it looks nice by the time they're done. Only time will tell. WVU, a very well-rounded team, a very effective one, and another team tonight that is 6-1. We talked about that coveted 6, that win slot, something very few teams were able to achieve. And Kennesaw sitting at 5-2. Maybe they can shake things up. Maybe they can give WVU a run for their money. But only time will tell. I personally, like our prediction said, do think WVU is going to win this. But Kennesaw has surprised me before in different esports other than Rocket League. I have seen this school go the extra mile, go all the way, and maybe they're going to be able to do that here in Rocket League.
Yeah, they certainly surprised us last week as well. I think we thought it was going to be a little bit lopsided towards West Virginia then as well. They turned things around, nearly reverse swept West Virginia. So who knows what's in store for tonight. I think with that roster change, though, it's going to be, again, more in favor of West Virginia. The more consistent team, this is the same roster that they're putting in most, if not all, other leagues, including CRL. And this is a roster that I don't think is going to lose many matches when you play that many matches together. They did drop to Bruton Parker, the #1 seed in this division. The winner of this match does go against Bruton Parker, so again, some revenge for both of these teams. Of course, Bruton Parker going undefeated did take down both of these rosters. We'll have to see how things go tonight. Of course, Kennesaw State nearly brought it back last week, couldn't quite get it done, so we'll see what West Virginia has in store to try to bring this one back.
West Virginia going to have to give us a strong showing out the gate here to maybe send a message to Kennesaw about how they want to win this series out again. Hopefully a little more one-sided than a 3-2 victory overall, but this is a best-of-7 series, and I believe it was that series last week where I said, best-of-7, this could have been a different story, and now that best-of-7 is here. Unfortunately, the rosters have been changed up a little bit, so that metaphor is not as pertinent as it was supposed to be, but it looks like Falls is still coming out hot for West Virginia. 31 seconds off the clock. First goal already in our sights.
This is kind of what we were expecting as well. Aura not getting the touch that he wants. It bounces up off the backboard after he knocks into it. Goes into the hands of West Virginia. Falls knocks it home. 1-0, 31 seconds in. quickly back onto offense, but into the hands of Dolo as well. Pass down, cut off by West Virginia one more time. Angel beats him out. Free right in front. Dolo, that one close to an own goal, but he still gets it away. Not for long, though, as Falls makes the turn. Rots on the shot, just a bit wide. Angel to clean it up, slots it through left side. West Virginia, a hot start.
Wow, you got to say rots, shots, and slots all in the same sentence. That is so fun. I envy you in that moment, Powder. I can't wait to get an opportunity like that. 50 seconds off the clock. WVU already up 2-0, and now things looking good for West Virginia early. This might be their opportunity to establish that dominance we talked about. We saw that pressure coming out quick. We said we wanted to see West Virginia establish an early lead. They've been able to do it, but keeping the lead a lot more important than establishing it.
We need to see Kennesaw State try to get a goal very quickly. You know, quick start from West Virginia, and they might have a third ready. This one bouncing down, can't get around on it, and unfortunately, hard to call it a known goal as it's just a desperation save, but Rots with the third one in for West Virginia.
Rots already finding those shots. That is a minute 12 off the clock. West Virginia up 3-0 here in Game 1. Now, I do want to call out, this is what Game 1 looked like for Oklahoma City. And they got 4-0'd. So there is plenty of time for Kennesaw to turn this around. There's that double-edged sword of scoring this early, right? Is, okay, there's 3 points on the board, but at the same time, it's like, okay, we still have 3 minutes and 35 seconds to score 3 times. It's so unbelievably achievable that Kennesaw, even at a 3-0 deficit, can't count themselves out quite yet.
No, and again, we saw that last match too. We saw the comeback there from RIT. Unfortunately there, RIT was considered the higher seeded team, so It's going to be a tough ask for Kennesaw State as they nearly give up a fourth. This time taken off the corner one more time. Killed down now as it's back the other way for West Virginia. Trying to get anything that they can. Forward again, Angel over to Rots. Speedy play, but can't get to it that time. Or taking over, slow playing it. Now he takes it to the wall, pushing it forward. Pass into the middle, the Dolo shot is wide. Nobody to follow. Now it's back the other way and another miss. Rots doesn't have any boost in the tank. But either way, it's just more and more time off the clock. Kennesaw State not getting on offense.
Not yet on the offense at all. Powder, it's not even like a missed goal. I can't remember the last time we saw them hit the ball any point that wasn't knocking it away from goal like this. So maybe Kennesaw can find an aggression in this moment. Angel going to go up and over very quick. We're entering the second half of the game. West Virginia 3 points on the board, and honestly, they don't have to find any more. They might have this one in the bag already.
Yeah, they really can just play however they want. If they want to play it a little bit slower and just kind of waste time here, they really can. I haven't seen anything from Kennesaw that shows that they are ready to all of a sudden sprout out of nowhere and get 3 in a row on them. So I wouldn't blame West Virginia if they just want to slow things down a little bit, not take anything too risky, like, you know, taking the ball out into the middle like that. Kennesaw State, a goal on the board, and, you know, life still in this game.
Life still in the game, indeed. 124 seconds remaining. All they've got to do is score 2 more times. We've done it once. How hard can it be to keep the momentum moving, to keep the wheels a-grooving? Kennesaw, they show signs of life here in Game 1. But even if they lose Game 1, you know, Games 2 through 7 are still on the table. And we know Kennesaw loves to try for that reverse sweep.
They certainly do love it. Unfortunately, couldn't complete it last week. But still a long time away from needing that today. And, you know, still a chance in this game if they can get another goal. Albeit that last one was off of a mistake from West Virginia, taking it out in front. Still, though, life, like we said, killed down from fear. Aura trying to get up to it. Dolo just peels off, and now it's free reign for Falls. Lands quickly, last of his boost to get there. Pops it over to the other side of the field, and again, the Mountaineers just happy to waste all this time. Quickly back, though, 2-on-1. Aura, soft shot, just a bit wide. And the second man was too far up. This might come back to bite him. Might be a fourth, and it will be. Cleaned up by Falls. West Virginia running away with Game 1.
So often I use the phrase, you know, you give this team an inch and they're going to take a mile. West Virginia, they saw such a small moment, and they capitalized on it. The communication was there. They see the overextension from Kennesaw. That's an open goal, and everybody is going to take an open goal. That's inevitable. West Virginia, they're up 4-1. There's 76 seconds left on the clock. This is a tough scenario for Kennesaw to come back from, and even harder now, as that is an immediate kickoff goal from Falls.
Kennesaw State, just a lot to clean up here, and it's hard to pinpoint what. This time, it's just a kickoff goal. There is a lot going on. West Virginia playing very speedy. Kennesaw State not able to catch up just yet. Of course, with their main NACE roster like this, without Flitz, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. Their roster with Flitz is considered to be their #1. Unfortunately, he's not here tonight. They have to make do with what they have, and a fake like that from Falls will stretch it out to 6-1 as they are dominating Game 1.
Domination in Game 1 is going to be hard on the mental of Kennesaw, but a best of 7. Game 1, like I said earlier, even less important than it is in a best of 5. So Kennesaw can lose this one. They can try to brush it off, take what they've learned here in Game 1 and in Games 2 through 7. The Powder, and I said this with no intentions against Kennesaw, I don't know what they've learned right now, because they have hardly found contact with the ball other than a lucky pot shot here or there to keep it out of their goal.
All right, it's been a tough ask for Kennesaw State to try to get this goal in. Now more pressure from West Virginia, broken up quickly, sent back the other way, but Angel now in one more time, 50 down in front, and it's Rots now to take advantage, just holding this offense on. Of course, this Game 1 already secured, just looking for more at this point. For Kennesaw State, a lot to clean up, and again, really tough to see where they need to start, because at this point, it's just this pace of play that West Virginia is playing at that's catching them off guard. And maybe a goal here? Nope, cut off quickly. Kennesaw State needs to try to speed things up themselves or slow down West Virginia. Otherwise, I think this might be a series we have in store.
This may be the beginning of the end of this series as West Virginia wins the first game in a very unbelievably dominant fashion. 6-1, the most one-sided game we've seen so far today, I believe. And this is, like our predictions indicated, just West Virginia doing West Virginia things. This is the team we expected. This is the momentum and the potential we expected. Kennesaw, unfortunately, just has to go up against a giant like WVU to start things off.
Yeah, not the start that Kennesaw State wants, again, with the 6-1 loss, and just having to go against West Virginia to start off their postseason is something they have to fight through, though. Again, if they can speed things up themselves, match the pace of West Virginia, maybe they have a lot more chances to go from there. Or maybe they can slow down West Virginia, maybe some demolition, some bumps, anything to try to slow this team down, because right now West Virginia is doing whatever they want to them.
Yeah, and we saw a couple of highlight reel moments coming out from West Virginia. There was that fake from, I believe it was Falls. That was a pretty flashy goal, one of the more player-centric goals we've seen here tonight, and I can't say I blame him. You know, you find a good opportunity to show off a little bit, be a little flashy. I think every collegiate player in the world is going to take that opportunity to shine. WVU up 1-0. Kennesaw right now really finding themselves in a tough spot. Now, Powder, I'm not asking you to rip the team apart by any means, but do you think it's that overextension of the defense? We saw a couple of goals come through from West Virginia because nobody at Kennesaw was home. Do you think that's kind of the breaking point for Kennesaw right now, or is there something else we haven't seen?
It seems like it is just a little bit of an extension of that defense. Again, with West Virginia playing all over the field and quickly, the defense gets spread thin a little bit, and it's been costing them. They've given up goals because of it. Something that they got to find a fix for. Slowing down a little bit, calming down, finding the rotations once more might help them out. Again, something they're just going to have to try to work through, try to figure out any way to possibly slow things down, but they can't. West Virginia with another early goal this time in Game 2.
11 seconds off the clock, and West Virginia, they said, you know what? We like being in the lead. Let's just make sure we always are. They find that 11-second goal. A terrible circumstance for Kennesaw here this evening in Game 2, but it's only 1 point and it's only 11 seconds. They've got more than enough time to keep the wheels moving and to find a little bit more momentum to score on West Virginia.
Kennesaw back on offense, maybe looking for their own goal here, pushing it forward, but it is a double commit. This will shut things down just a tiny bit. Successful challenge from Dolo will keep it going. Shot a little bit wide, placed wide now by Aura again. The other way from Rots, trying to build up that West Virginia offense. Not as quick of a start as we saw in Game 1 from West Virginia, but again, maybe they don't necessarily need that. They know that they are the more skillful team than Kennesaw State, to be perfectly honest. They know that they very likely have this series, and at this point, they feel like they can try to play however they need to play to just get the win. I think that's what they're going with. Nothing too aggressive, nothing too dangerous. They'll try to work towards this win here.
Working towards the win, flowing in the wind here. It's West Virginia running past KSU, and then it's Angel putting on, I believe, their first goal of the night. Angel's been a great third player, but not had the moment to shine. White Lake Falls and Rots have. They sneak in past that defender from Kennesaw and put that second point down. A minute and 11 seconds have passed. 71 seconds off the clock, and West Virginia already finds themselves up 2-0. this is a very strong way to start, start a series. You won the first game, you're incredibly dominant in the second. Kennesaw's got to find something to change here.
And it's something that we really haven't seen what they can do to make that change yet. Again, this is just a tough match for Kennesaw when West Virginia is just one of these top teams in collegiate. When they're making plays like this, can he follow it up? It's actually Angel following it up. There's just not much that you can do to try to shut down this team. West Virginia is doing anything they can to pick them apart, and it's working out perfectly as another goal through just over 90 seconds in. Already 3 on the board for West Virginia.
3-0 on the board, and I believe Kennesaw found 1 point last game, or did they not find any?
It was just 1. It was a 6-1 loss for Kennesaw State. So, and now 4-0 already. West Virginia really, really starting to run away with this series, even in just game 2.
This is a very unfortunate circumstance to find themselves in, and I feel like Kennesaw is in the moment where, like you said, I hate to say it's because West Virginia is so good, but West Virginia is kind of in the back line of Kennesaw, constantly making it difficult for this team to do anything that isn't just play defense. We saw the attempt at an offense there. It was very clean from Kennesaw. They get in, they get ball control, they move toward the point, toward the goal, but unfortunately, West Virginia is just waiting for them around that corner, waiting to steal back ball control and try to put another point on the board. We're getting danger close to entering the second half, and Kennesaw 1 point in what have been 7 minutes is not a great run so far. West Virginia, the dominance unmatched for the time being.
Yeah, 12 goals have been on the board here in this series, and just 1 of those in favor of Kennesaw State. Not the start that they want at all. It's tough to say that they can try to make this comeback and take the series, because let's be perfectly honest, we've seen what West Virginia can do. They beat Kennesaw State last week, even with a, quite honestly, better player on their roster. So in theory, we would expect West Virginia to win a little more convincingly this week. They're certainly showing us that. 5-0 now, just only now reaching halftime. Not looking pretty for Kennesaw State. At this point, it'd just be a momentum builder unless they can find multiple on the board to start to maybe make a comeback. But it's tough to say for Kennesaw State at this point. West Virginia is really just doing whatever they want across the field. They're still holding on that offense, trying to build it up even more, or at the very least, starve out Kennesaw State.
Starving out Kennesaw is going to be the easiest way to do this. I'd love to say West Virginia aiming for a low-scoring game, but that's already been kind of proven not true. They win 6-1 in the first fashion, 5-0 currently in game number 2. Falls putting that 6 back on the board, trying to make this game even more dominant than the previous, and they have kicked it off strong, making it difficult for Kennesaw to come back from this in any way.
Yeah, 6-0, it's probably not going to happen in this game. Kennesaw State, at this point, you're just trying to play for the future games in this series. You know, they might be able to take 1 off of West Virginia. It's going to take a quick start because we've seen West Virginia with their own quick starts. So Kennesaw State, a lot to work on here as they continue forward in this series. Just want to look for any sort of momentum to try to push forward in this series, or at the very least just for momentum in any other league that you're competing in as a roster. So again, West Virginia very likely in the driver's seat for the remainder of this series unless something drastic changes for Kennesaw State.
Yeah, and it's funny because I often say something that I'm going to say here, and players often tell me, oh, you know, it sounds kind of like you think that team is bad, or you think that they're going to lose no matter what, and that's definitely not the case. But I say this because this is how I've improved in any game I've ever been better at, is going back and watching these VODs. It's going to be hard to watch a 7-1. It's going to be hard to watch a 6-0, but you need to go back and you need to watch what is it that's making it so easy for them to score on us? What's making it so difficult for us to find any points on the board? And I think this is exactly what we're talking about here, is Kennesaw, they lose a 7-1, they lose a 6-0, and those are hard to watch. They really are, but going back and learning from the team that beat you in a 7-1, 6-0 fashion can be so unbelievably valuable in a circumstance like this one.
Yeah, Kennesaw State, a lot to learn from in this game, in this series to this point. Again, series not over yet, still anything can really happen. But again, if you're Kennesaw State, you're just kind of taking this as a learning experience here in Game 2. Is 6-0 with just under 30 seconds left. The Mountaineers continuing to hold on the offense. We'll try to avoid going scoreless. They push back one more time. It's Fear. Can't get the challenge. Just not enough in the tank. Back across. Aura going to push up on it. Soft shot put away by Rotz easily. And in the final 10 seconds, West Virginia back to where they are most comfortable. As on the offensive side. Well, free reign for Kennesaw State in front, but nobody went after the ball. Instead, Fear will just play this one up. Will drop to the ground. West Virginia is halfway through. They're halfway through as they attempt to go for this sweep.
West Virginia trying to give us their second 4-0 or their second game victory with no points on the board. But, you know, that first goal made it a little bit too hard to walk away with that 7-0 they were looking for. It's a dominant fashion from them so far. They want to give us 2 more games, not let Kennesaw have any room to breathe. Because, honestly, when you're on the winning side of this scenario, it's arguably one of the easiest to win. Because if your opponent has no time to think or to react or to do much of anything other than play that reactive defense. It's almost a desperate defense. And it's by no means Kennesaw's fault. But that's exactly where West Virginia has put them.
Yeah, West Virginia's put them in a very uncomfortable position. Mechanical plays all over the field, the passing plays as well. There's not much that West Virginia hasn't shown us to prove why they are very likely going to walk away with this series. Again, Kennesaw State, not the position they want to be in, especially with this roster that they have tonight. Not the same as last week. Not the roster that took it to Game 5 in a best-of-5 series. But now in a best of 7, which really favors West Virginia as the higher seeded team. Not something that Kennesaw State wants to be stuck in. We'll see what they can bring in Game 3, if they can turn things around, get more on the board maybe to bring it closer. But either way, I think West Virginia's got this in the bag for the remainder of the series.
I couldn't agree more, Powder, and it's a little bit hard to be on the side of Kennesaw, but I think, and this is usually, I think I've only said this 2 other times this season, this may be one of those scenarios where it's important for Kennesaw to slow things down, to play that harder defense and go for the opportunistic moments. I always say, oh, it's better to be proactive than reactive, but against a team like West Virginia, you are going to be the reactive team whether you want to be or not. So you might as well embrace it. You might as well slow things down. Now, unfortunately, it looks like Kennesaw doing the opposite, and they're trying to speed things up. They left the goal wide open, got there by the skin of their teeth to prevent that goal from going in, and already it's been almost 30 seconds with no points, so they've slowed down West Virginia a bit, but can they continue to match this speed and this pace for 4.5 more minutes? That is a tall ask of any team.
It is. And, you know, I agree with your point as well. It seems like Kennesaw State would favor from kind of slowing things down and just reacting rather than trying to just be that team, to be the proactive team like you had mentioned. Feels like it would suit them much more. Again, like you said, with how fast West Virginia is, they're going to be forced to be reactive either way. They might get a lead here for the first time. Rott's playing this one slow and smart for him. It's out the other way. Kennesaw State, a good start. You know, nothing on the board just yet. And as I say that, of course, Angel will slot it through a 0-degree angle along the back wall for a 1-0 West Virginia lead.
Isn't that always how it goes? Just when we're ready to talk about that 0-0 on the board, somebody's like, hey, oh, hold it. And that is going to happen once again. West Virginia takes them a full minute this time, 61 seconds, and they don't have as comfortable a lead as they did a minute in last game, but a lead is a lead regardless. And with Kennesaw approaching their, I believe, 13th minute without a point on the board, that is going to be a tough scenario to find themselves in. 1-0 feels probably more comfortable for West Virginia than it normally does in a circumstance like this. 1-0 almost gets doubled in a 2-0 fashion, but that is not going to be on the board quite yet. Here comes Rotz with another attempt into that center field. Here's the shot from Angel, blocked out by a double commit from Kennesaw, and Falls might have a clean shot if Dolo's unable to miss it. Oh, it goes up, and a great block, a phenomenal block from, I believe, Fear on the side of Kennesaw. That keeps this scoreline riding low. Let's see if Falls has the double tap, and they do not, but the follow-through from Angel will seal the deal. Both scorelines going to be double here.
Third man rotation from Kennesaw State just looking a little bit suspect. You saw Dolo. We were on his camera there a few seconds ago. Not on this play specifically, but the one that led to this one. He was just stuck in the middle of the net. Didn't stop back post, and you could see him just forward, reverse. That awkward moment when you're not really sure what to do and you're just kind of stuck. And it leads to the goal. 2-0 now West Virginia as Angel going for the double pass down to Falls instead. 3-0 just like that. Still 3:09 to go.
3:09 to go. 3-0 on the board. This is a tough scenario for Kennesaw. That capitalization not exactly as aggressive as they wanted it to be. I think it's really going to hurt their chances moving into this matchup. We're seeing West Virginia playing that constant West Virginia dominance. And honestly, it gets to the point where I don't even know what to say to Kennesaw because West Virginia becomes so dominant. They become so clean and consistent with their performance that it's no longer just, oh, play faster, play slower. It's learn what West Virginia is doing and try to do that because it is an unparalleled play style.
It is so fast, it is so mechanical. We're seeing the team plays as well, the passes to one another, or the shots that are just wide, or perfectly placed passes just wide to get it to one another for a goal. It is something that Kennesaw State has not found an answer to, still held scoreless, and they finally break through their first goal since early on in Game 1, bringing them a little bit closer here in Game 3.
A little bit closer, but that little bit could go a long way. Now, this is a best of 7, not a best of 5, so it's not going to be this game victory puts West Virginia in the winner's circle, not like we're used to. They'd have to win one more after this. They've got to win 4 games in a row, and I think they're looking good to do so, but Kennesaw showing that sign of life with the entire second half here. This could be the moment Kennesaw can really turn things around. We saw a full-blown reverse sweep last time. Do we get that same level of play, that same level of caliber this time?
We'll have to see, but with clears like that, it's not going to happen easily. Dolo, this one's a much more powerful one. He tries to catch up, can't do it. It's something that Kennesaw State's going to have to work on. They have to keep it close, especially against a team like West Virginia. So quick to the air, so quick on the challenges. They cannot just be banging the ball back the other way. See how they try to play this one here. It is Fear pushing it forward, trying to keep it close enough, but just force that time to push it too far forward. Or that is a good touch forward. Unfortunately, taken off the field. Space given to Falls. Rots, is up. Back down to the ground now. Angel on the turn to keep the offense on. West Virginia, again, just so comfortable on the offensive end, continually pushing it forward. And third man too far upfield, not expecting the challenge. And it's 4-1 West Virginia.
That's like not quite a needle thread, but I mean, it's such a steal from Falls. It just finds the angle, the shot, the moment to take that ball control, knocks it straight into goal. We've got 94 seconds remaining. West Virginia up 4-1, and this is just momentum in their favor all over the place. A phenomenal performance. After this, they've got to win one more, but the dominance they're bringing to the table here tonight, I don't see that not happening.
No, it really seems like West Virginia has this one pretty well secured. Obviously not a guarantee until it's all said and done. But with the way that this game or this match has gone, I do not see anything changing immediately. It really looks like West Virginia is ready to kind of further on and try to get that rematch against Bruton Parker, who again did sweep them. So it'll be an interesting week ahead for West Virginia as they try to prepare for a fellow CRL team who's already taken them down earlier on in the NACE season. Try to get that comeback to get themselves into playoffs.
Playoffs is what everybody is fighting here for. These are the play-ins, not the playoffs. Very similar, but not quite the same. This is for a shot in those playoffs later on in West Virginia. They're looking to shoot their shot in those playoffs very soon on Saturday. Okay, Angel trying to make West Virginia look even better, lifting their teammates 1 point above KSU even further. Here comes that action. 32 seconds left. Kennesaw not going to be able to clutch out game number 3 in West Virginia. A hypothetical 5 minutes and 32 seconds from our second 4-0 victory of the night.
Just domination for West Virginia up to this point. Still one more to go with the best of 7. Kennesaw State, maybe we'll be able to find a little bit more in that final game. Again, West Virginia probably knows that they have this one secured. I would say that they do know they have this one secured. So maybe some more space to be found for Kennesaw State to try to further themselves on and maybe try to get themselves going in the last chance qualifier as well. But until then, just one more game to go and it's open space again. Falls will take it up, look for the double. It's just a bit wide. West Virginia will play this one to the ground. One more to go as they look for the sweep.
One more for the sweep. Our second sweep, it would be RIT with sweep number 1, a 4-0 victory. It would be West Virginia with sweep number 2, a 4-0 victory. But Kennesaw backs against the wall. They have not fallen yet. They might be able to find a victory here in game number 4. It's a tall ask against a team, no offense to RIT, but probably the best team we've seen so far today. I mean, Kennesaw would have to do what feels impossible. They've done it before. They've taken games off this team, but they have failed to take a series off this team. And if they even want to get close to taking a series, they've got to start with a game. That's all going to fall onto the table here. All the marbles right here in game number 4. Kennesaw needs to breathe a new breath of life that we have not seen in this series so far.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough for Kennesaw. It's really hard to say what they need to do to try to start this comeback, because it's not that they're necessarily doing anything wrong. And that's part of the hard thing about analyzing this, is that Kennesaw State, this is more because West Virginia is one of the best teams in collegiate right now. It's not because Kennesaw State isn't a good roster or anything, but West Virginia is not a foe you want to go against really any day of the week, and especially not when there's something on the line like this, as they try to get some revenge against Bruton Parker later on in the week. Again, tough ask for Kennesaw State. I really don't see this one even going to 5 games, let alone a reverse sweep. Or excuse me, yeah, going into 7 games in the best of 7. But for Kennesaw State, we'll have to see what they can get done here in Game 4.
Yeah, and here's a fun little reminder. Big shout out to Duncan. Day Star League runs on Duncan, and I'm sure all 6 of these players do the very same. West Virginia, they have got plenty running through their veins right now in terms of raw skill. They're just dominating over Kennesaw, and this has been a very strong performance from them. Powder, I don't think I could have said it better. West Virginia, one of the most dominant teams in all of Collegiate Rocket League right now. So Kennesaw, they have a really big task immediately in front of them, which just makes this so difficult.
It does, especially against a team like West Virginia. It's a quick start on offense for Kennesaw State. Doesn't result in a goal just yet, but maybe some more offense. Fear bumped off the ball, immediately following it up. A little bit of a fake, but Angel's not biting. He goes back the other way, dishes it into the corner. You're looking to follow himself. Instead, it's Aura cutting it off. Rot's back into the midfield. Anybody there? Rotz will follow it up himself, not able to find anything. Balls to keep it in one more time, and now a clear out from Aura as Kennesaw State. A good job early on of trying to shut down the West Virginia offense and find some for themselves.
Kennesaw, they're showing signs of life. We've made it well over a minute into the matchup, and nobody's put a point on the board yet, which I'm going to say is a W for Kennesaw. They're not getting scored on. They've kept it at a 0-0, and winning by a single point, as I've said 1,000 times, is still a win. And maybe that's what they want to lean into. Maybe that's what they want to see, and maybe that's what they want to do. They want to win by 1 point. In Fear, finally putting that point on the board for Kennesaw. They've taken the lead over West Virginia for, I think, the first time in the entire series.
The first time. First time since probably Game 4 of last week's series for Kennesaw State.
Let's see how first time for everything.
Yeah, we'll see how they play with the lead now. They look a little more comfortable. Even from the start of this game, they looked more comfortable. Could be something where they know that they are kind of out of this series, and they just say, we'll just go for it all. And it works out well. Early goal, 90 seconds in. Now they try to push forward one more time for another goal. Powerful shot, right side. Oral slots it through, and suddenly Kennesaw State is fully awake and up 2-0.
This is kind of that moment. This is that fight or flight moment. They've decided they don't want to fly away. They want to fight tooth and nail. They're going to win fighting or they're going to lose fighting, but they are going to fight until the bitter end. They go up 2-0. They've changed some things up. They're coming out in Powder. I have to agree. All of a sudden, looking notably more confident out there. You've got to wonder what it was. Was it a pep talk? Was it the acceptance of defeat that gave them this skill to come out and all of a sudden put West Virginia back on their toes here? Kennesaw up 2-0, 3 minutes still left on the clock. Can they force a 5th game? That would be, I'll say it, quite a surprise.
It really would be, especially after we didn't see Oklahoma City University do the same thing last time against RIT. And this is a much better roster on West Virginia, so this would be a very surprising Game 5 if they do get to this point. West Virginia, though, they do not want to see that happen. Quickly onto offense. Still at halftime, there's plenty of time for them to make this comeback. As Rotz pushes it forward, trying to beat out the last man defense. He can't pick up the boost, though. This could be huge as Aura to the other side. Beaten out. Now it's a 3-on-1 for West Virginia. Fear loses control. Falls takes advantage. Down in front. Dola forward. Angel back again. Falls for the powerful shot and in West Virginia now down within 1.
There it is, West Virginia. They start coming back a little bit slow, but as I always say, better late than never. They show a little bit of dominance here, per the usual. As we enter the second half, they've got to keep that dominance up. They found 1 goal. They've got to do it 2 more times to win the game. Only 1 more to tie it up, but Kennesaw, they've got a 2-0 lead in Powder. I would hate to see it happen. I would hate to see them lose this lead, lose this game, and get 4-0'd after coming to life like that at the start of game number 4.
We'll have to see how Kennesaw State now responds with not only a lead, but now the lead's starting to dwindle a little bit, especially as West Virginia, this offense continuing to pile up. This is what they do so well, is just insane amounts of pressure. Good challenge on the back wall, though. Dolo forward, can orient there in time. It's a tough read, but he only can pinch it to the other side. Angel with a full tank of boost, not anymore. Taken off the field. Fear forward one more time, pushes it behind 1. Dolo coming up, blocked off by Roth, but barely. Angel using less of his boost to push it forward into Falls. West Virginia's right back on offense once again, nearly getting the goal off of that challenge.
90 seconds left on the clock. West Virginia still down by a single point. Are we going to get an overtime here in this series? We got one at the first game of series number 1. Can we get one in the 4th game of series number 2? It looks like Angel's going to try their darndest, maybe even sneak up past the overtime and put West Virginia back in the lead. 85 seconds left on the clock. West Virginia, they played it low and slow. Kennesaw came out with a couple of tricks up their sleeve, but West Virginia going back to those tried and true moments. They've already tied things back up. They've got 85 seconds to just take the win.
Close now for West Virginia. They've brought it back. 2 goals in a row now. Is now looking for more. Angel, the pinch down behind one. Off the crossbar is the save. Angel on the quick turn. Shot into the middle of the net. No one. Kennesaw State catching up to that. West Virginia back out to a lead.
West Virginia has that lead, and they've still got 74 seconds for Kennesaw to try and fight back. Could this be the moment of a huge turnaround, an unexpected victory from Kennesaw, or is this going to be West Virginia winning that 4th game in a row to seal the deal and send Kennesaw packing?
Ooh, down in front, favorable for Kennesaw, but beaten out. Good recovery from Fury, can at least make the challenge. Dolo coming from the left side of the field to clean this one up. But right now they need offense, and right now it is not happening. Falls down in front, push forward, but into the hands of Rotz again, looking for the back wall, trying to double this one down. He at least challenge it off of him. Falls picks up that 100 boost, loses the challenge. Angel forced to turn back. Plenty of boost. He gets to the back wall, long clear out, no one home. Falls using the ceiling to his advantage. Straight down in front, beaten out. Now 30 seconds left for Kennesaw to try to get back the other way. They've been scoreless since the beginning of this game, but there is still time to get this overtime.
They could find that overtime. 23 seconds isn't a long time, but it's enough. Even 1 second may be enough to make the magic happen here for Kennesaw. But right now, doing it against a team like West Virginia would be nothing short of a miracle. Rotz tries to put the nail in the coffin. Angel goes for the ender of their own. It looks like it's going to be a slow but steady goal for West Virginia. 8 seconds left. We would need 2 kickoff goals. But folks, I think it's unfortunately time to say goodbye to Kennesaw State University in this series.
Looking like it is. West Virginia with a very dominating 4-0 sweep against Kennesaw State. Not exactly what Kennesaw wanted after the Game 5 last week. But again, with this slightly different roster, kind of what we were expecting coming into it. West Virginia will take this one, and they'll take a goal with them for the road. They will waltz into Saturday's match against Bruton Parker for some revenge after they got dropped 3-0 in the regular season.
So we've seen 2 teams today who were dropped 3-0 dominate in a 4-0. They're coming back with a vengeance, they're coming back with an anger, and they are coming back to try and defeat those that defeated them. We've got some great narratives right now. Saturday is going to be absolutely spectacular, I'm sure of it. We're going to be jumping into some incredible series, but folks, on the bright side, not only do we have an interview with somebody from West Virginia, if we're lucky, we still have 2 more series tonight. We are only halfway done with Rocket League here at NACE Star League tonight, and it has been, I'll say it, unfortunately pretty one-sided, so hopefully, if we're lucky, our 3rd and 4th series are going to be a little bit closer. Powder, I know we're both pretty excited about series number 4, 2 very talented teams going head-to-head, but who knows, series number 3 may be just as, if not even more interesting.
Hopefully, but Semperlens, I think I figured it out. We started off this season with, 12 best-of-5 sweeps in a row. Now that we've switched the format, what do you think's happening now with best-of-7s?
Oh, I didn't even notice, Powder, and you're so right. Oh my goodness, if it starts all over again, because I don't know, if you guys weren't here at the beginning of the season, you haven't been running this run with Powder and I, we had 12 series in a row, 2.5 weeks of NACE Star League Rocket League entirely 3-0s. Nobody got a game number 4. It finally broke in week 3, and it was incredible. But Powder, you're totally right. We only have 4 games today. 2 of them have already been 4-0s, and perhaps those next 2 may be as well. Only time will tell. Hopefully we can get that interview with West Virginia in just a couple of minutes here. But Powder, kind of looking back on that, if you could give Kennesaw one large note of advice, what would it be to try and change things up so that series never happens again?
It's really tough because it's one of those things where West Virginia is clearly the better team in this type of situation. This was a powerful division that they are competing in. Bruton Parker and West Virginia are both considered those top collegiate teams. Both of them are in CRL. Kennesaw State is as well, just with a slightly different roster with Flitz added in. This is a dangerous division to be in if you're Kennesaw State, so a good job of them for getting into 3rd and being in that position to be in play-ins. But if you're against West Virginia, it does feel like you have to follow the advice you said earlier of playing a little more reactive when you're playing in this roster. West Virginia is a quick team. You're not going to outpace them, unfortunately. You're going to have to play into their hand, and you're going to have to make them, or you're going to have to punish them with their hand as well. Maybe sometimes the speed will be too much, and you can punish there. But this is, again, I'll say it one more time, it's just a tough ask for this Kennesaw roster.
Without a doubt. And I think you're totally correct, because we saw Kennesaw try to play up to par of West Virginia, but they were running a sprint for what was only West Virginia's jog. And it matched that level forever, but they were never going to be able to keep up that speed, keep up that momentum, and it has been a rough run for them, unfortunately. Like you said, West Virginia, just a very strong, very talented team, but maybe things will go a little different for them on Saturday. You know, they got 3-0'd last time. Are they going to get 4-0'd this time? It's a scary consideration. It truly is. And as I'm just kind of thinking it through, and the two teams we've seen today, they've been very up, they've been very down, and I'm wondering of these next 4 teams, are we going to get that same narrative? Is it going to be the team that was statistically expected to win, or are we going to get those shakeups? Are we going to get those extreme changes in expectation?
It feels like it might continue with the same, you know, with the way that this season is set up and the way that things are seeded. It feels like that these 2 and 3, although they are in theory close in seeds, you kind of see that slight discrepancy still, enough gap in skill to where you see these 4-0s. I hope it doesn't continue for the rest of the day, and I think in our 4th match of the day, our final one, I think that's the best opportunity to see a deep run into the best of 7 format. Unfortunately, with these first 2, you know, they've shown us that there is just this slight difference, especially between those 2 and 3. Maybe not necessarily 1 and 2, but that 2 and 3 there is just enough to where you unfortunately see these 4-0s.
Yeah, there's not quite enough back and forth for the best of 7 to be fully utilized, unfortunately, and that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles. We never know which teams are going to end up in these spots. It's all decided well before we know, oh, it's going to be West Virginia versus, you know, it's just kind of how it all falls apart. But 2 more series left. Maybe, like you said, they can flesh out a majority of this best of 7. They can take us at least to a game 5, if we're lucky, all the way up to a game 7. I'm just going to quickly ask production, are we getting an interview, or should we just get ready for the next series? And as we see... Okay, unfortunately, just got confirmation no interview is going to be happening here from West Virginia, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break now, folks. Use this time. You all know the drill. Get a snack, get water, do something. We'll come right back here for NA's Star League. 2 more series coming at you in just a couple of minutes.
stay alive in this series, to keep their regular season hopes for that #1 spot in the conference alive and running. But now the streaks fall. Relay's going to take down Toxic briefly through mid-U. He finds the second one. MP40 in hand. He rips the head off of Shen.
They need this Graviton Surge. They need this protection against what Glen College is bringing to bear. Be Cool is going to, his blade is great to have, but how'd you get through?
Yeah, we're going to see the blade come out immediately. Vader finds 4 immediately. Ali only alive here on a... But they are not alone. Maybe solo. That doesn't mean they aren't going to defend this spot. Help is coming. The walls are closing. Ali! Ali with 3!
Tries to go up. Oh, this is going to be so this will land into the grab. I don't think this will kill it. It won't. No. But it's Augment. How are they going to get back onto stage here? It's hit by both arrows. That could be enough. If they land a portal, no, goes away instead with the bomb. Giving Augment away back on stage. Gonna be it. That's enough. The Buster Wolf kills.
Mizzou does not hesitate. Knocking it home, gets the game tied up. Good clear, though, from Kansas State off the kickoff. Maybe something to be found. Yeti on the fake. Crims does not play. Back the other way again. And Mizzou, a 3-on-1 up the field. Dishes it around 1. Disrespecting Kansas State to gain the lead.
No kill.
Deep dive coming out from Ethos. Tower's going to go down. Ghost Toasties hopping in with the rocket jump. Glacial Fisher goes down, and so does Cheha. Big pickup coming out from Arrogant. The shutdown foul. Knocks in Guillotine, taking heads. Arrogant will claim one more with the triple.
Oh my goodness.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. We've got a couple things happening behind the scenes here at NACE Star League. We're going to try to get it figured out, but we'll get that information to you in just a minute. We'll talk about what's going on right now. NACE Star League, you know it, you love it. There's Rocket League happening right now. Tuesday, that's tomorrow. Overwatch 2 and League of Legends, it's a double whammy. We've got Call of Duty and Valorant on Wednesdays, a second double whammy. It's kind of awesome. And then on Thursday, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Friday, CSGO. So it's going to be a very busy week, and tonight, far from over. We are halfway done. We've got one more series left in store for you, and then after that, we've got one more series, because I was supposed to say 2. So we've got 2 series left in store for you. But Powder, you know, I've got to say, before we jump into these teams, I'm a little sad. Last week, we weren't in the plays of the week at all. This week, we're only the honorable mention. We need our players to step it up, guys. We're getting smoked out there by the other casters right now.
Yeah, we got to pick this up a little bit. But heading into
Be flashier.
Heading into this third match of the night, we got Lackawanna College 5-1 against Flint 4-2. You know, another one of this kind of that same record we keep seeing. Lackawanna College, only team they lost to is the #1 in their division. Flint did drop to Lackawanna College earlier on. Lackawanna we did get to see earlier on in the season. I can't remember their opponent, but this is a team who if I remember correctly, did 3-0 the opponent. Yes. So JK Fashizzle, Aoka, and Bozy going against Azel Gims and Perma of Flint. I've got to see this Flint roster play a couple times. This is a very solid roster, but against Lackawanna College tonight, I don't know if it's going to happen.
Yeah, Lackawanna, I also, funnily enough, don't remember their opponent, so it makes me feel like it was probably really one-sided, and it was probably Lackawanna doing that, because like you said, they only lost once so far. They're sitting at that, I believe it is 5-1 scoreline. They only played 6, not 7 games like some other teams did, so it's a bit different, but it's still that one loss, so they're sitting pretty with that. University of Michigan Flint, I know nothing about. I have not seen, I'm not going to pretend I've seen them, but they've got some big shoes to fill. As we've seen, that is the story, that is the narrative of tonight with these series is big shoes to fill, big people to try to take down, and can they be the first team tonight to not get 4-0'd? That's up to them to decide.
And I think this one has a decent opportunity. Knowing what I've seen from both of these teams, I think this one has a shot to be something a little bit less than a 4-0, but Agreed. I'm not 100% sure if it's going to be the case. Again, Lackawanna College was a very dominant team in their match on broadcast a couple weeks ago. I expect it to be the same team today. Obviously, Septilence and I, based on what we've seen, have to go with Lackawanna College. I think this one's going to be closer than a 4-0. Of course, I said that plenty of times in the beginning of the season, was proven wrong plenty of times, but I do think that Lackawanna College has this either way.
Without a doubt. Lackawanna, they're a very strong team. They're a very impressive team, and you guys should know this by now. I'm a man of statistics. I'm a man of knowing what I've seen, and I haven't seen Michigan Flint, so I had to choose the team I knew, the team I was comfortable choosing, the team that has only lost 1 time. Let's see if they're going to be able to lose any here today. Could it be another 4-0 like you said, Powder? We always hope and dream and pray that it won't be, but unfortunately, that has not been how the cookies crumbled here tonight. It has been 2 4-0 victories back-to-back. Maybe history gets rewritten here. Maybe things get changed, but a Herculean task is currently ahead of UM Flint.
Right, and it's tough to say what this team is going to need to do to play against Lackawanna College. We'll have to wait to get into the match to see kind of what's going on, what caused the 3-0 loss that UM Flint had to Lackawanna earlier on in the season. But still, I think there is opportunity to be found here. I don't necessarily think that it's going to be a UM Flint win. Obviously, I still think and predicted that Lackawanna is going to take this. However, I think that it can be close. I think that UM Flint has a chance, but I still don't think that chance is big enough to warrant giving them the win here tonight.
I think I agree with that. This win may be a tough one. If we're looking at raw statistics, Lackawanna should have it in the bag. We've seen statistics kind of defied a couple of times throughout the season, but it's been, obviously, more common than not, the statistics do ring true, and that may be happening here today. We're going to be waiting to get a little bit of confirmation. I think the players had to jump in. There's a little bit of a tech error. That's what I mentioned at the beginning of the weekly schedule thing. We're still trying to get that identified, so they're jumping in, they're resetting, they're relogging in, possibly replaying the tutorial. I don't know. Whatever they got to do, we're going to have these teams ready for you folks in just a couple of minutes. And after this is the series that I, and Powder, I believe you also are most excited for. I think this is going to be the closest series out there in number 4. Number 3, though, I'm waiting for this to be the one, to be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this one can actually be the first one that gives us a Game 5. I do think that the best chance for that, though, is that final match of the day. Both of the teams are coming in with the exact same record. I feel like that is the best opportunity we've got to head into a Game 5 with, kind of that trade-off of wins where you lose to a team a little bit below, but you win, or you kind of punch above your weight class and you get a win above yourself. So it's going to be interesting to see, but obviously first we got to get into this one. Lackawanna College at 5-1, UM Flint at 4-2, as they are just getting things ready to get things kicked off here shortly.
Yeah, in case you guys haven't seen every single angle of Manfield, we just want to make sure you get the opportunity. We want to make sure everybody knows what every inch of this stadium looks like. And Powder, I will tell you a secret while we've got time to tell a little story. I cast Rocket League. I've been doing it for a little while now, a few years. For a good, 8 months, I thought they were just normal-sized cars with a really big ball. I didn't realize it's the exact opposite of that, and it's little cars with a normal-sized ball.
Yeah, you can think of these little remote control cars. These aren't supposed to be what you'd see out on the road. Not no, this takes place in a little bit of a scaled down world. The Rocket League cars they're a little bit smaller than you would expect. Yeah,
because I remember I made a comment to somebody else. If you think about it, it's kind of a violent game because the demolitions and stuff, there's people in those cars. And then they were like, Seth, what are you talking about? They were like, there's nobody in those cars. And that's when I realized that the stadium is in fact full of eggs and they are in fact remote controlled cars. So that was a humbling day for Septilence, but I'm glad I learned it because it really changes the perspective of the game, makes it a little weird.
It really does, and both of these teams are ready to hop into Manfield night any moment now to try to get this one going. The winner of this will face off against the St. Clair Saints, who more than likely, I'm checking right now, swept both of these teams. That is a very good roster.
If we had to guess.
If I had to guess, and what do you know, I'm proven correct. St. Clair Saints have only dropped one game all season. Interestingly enough, though, the one single game was to UM Flint. So, maybe something to watch out for tonight if you are Lackawanna College. Interesting to see that Lackawanna swept UM Flint, but UM Flint was able to take one off of the Saints. We'll have to see how they turn out tonight, though. That was just last week, UM Flint and St. Clair. So maybe some things that have built up since the beginning of the season when Lackawanna and UM Flint had played each other.
Yeah, you know what, folks? Unfortunately, that tech issue, as due to the way of live production, is really being a thorn in our side right now. Not ours, but the players. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to a super short break. We're going to try to get this figured out behind the scenes, and we will hopefully be back with some nice Star League action in just a couple of minutes. And just like that, everybody, what did I say? It'd be a short break, or at least we hoped it would be, and it in fact was. We're getting ready to jump into lobby now. We got hopefully all of the bugs out of the way. I really don't like bugs in both the technological and literal sense, so hopefully there are no more of either of them here tonight. Powder, we're jumping in, got Series 3, excuse me, all figured out, and this is the one we are hoping we can get that Game 5 in.
Yeah, and the most I think about it, I really do think that this one has a good opportunity to be a very close match. Obviously, Lackawanna got that sweep against Flint, but it was early on in the season when you're still trying to figure things out. If you may have a little bit of a new roster, still trying to work those kinks out. So it's an opportunity for Flint to show what they've improved for the remainder of the season. Because again, they dropped one, or I should say they took one game off of St. Clair, the #1 finisher in this division. It was the only game St. Clair lost all season long. I'm very interested to see how this one goes. It's early offense for Lackawanna College, kind of what we expected. We'll see how Flint responds.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a power triad, like you mentioned, beating 1, beating 2, beating 3, beating 1. So maybe Flint can show us some action here against Lackawanna. Now, the logos are currently incorrect, but we're going to get those figured out for you. This is, in fact, Lackawanna College and Flint. Names correct, logos wrong. 30 seconds off the clock, and Aoka has ball control for just a moment. Lackawanna is going to lose it, though. Azel instead goes up high, goes for a shot of their own, and falls lackluster. Nobody there to catch out that momentum.
A good stop there, and it's quickly back for Lackawanna, pushing it past one. Bozy down, can't find a teammate quite yet. He's forced to rotate back, no boost in tank. Now forward, still the dribble going. Stopped away by the defense. Azel on the turn, can't find a touch. Left for Perma, but it's just free reign for Lackawanna, but they can't slot it through. Trying to get it forward. Out of boost and now demoed off the field. A shot coming in from Perma, the soft one, much too soft. Aoka with the stop. Soft shot there, put away again by JK Fashizzle. It's back in again for Lackawanna.
Here comes some action once again. Lackawanna trying to find some momentum, but instead it's a constant back and forth. This is going to be a great knock up and out. Make sure that goal is not finding purchase quite yet. The demolition turned things into a 3v2. This might be a moment to strike, but instead it is a sloppy shot back into center field. That no man's land. JK Fashizzle there with that ball touch. Could this be the momentum? Somebody needs to score. We've got to see a point on the board here or there, or honestly, anywhere. Lackawanna College finding themselves in that advantageous position. Back to strike. A possible goal in the left corner, and it is just barely blocked out of the way.
It was a little bit wide, but Azel was getting bumped in net. Would have been more dangerous had his teammate not cleaned things up, pushed it to the side. Now it allows to get back the other way. Perma over one, taken off the field. You see it into the net. Perma drawing first blood in game 1.
Perma drawing first blood in game 1, indeed. That is a huge play coming out from Flint. And we talked about, could they be the upset? Could they give us the expectation that we were waiting for? We wanted somebody to take a game 5. And right now, they're shaping us up to be in a pretty good position. Who knows, though, Powder? Maybe if we're really lucky, not only they upset, they also 4-0, and then we're super confused.
We'll have to see how things turn out now as Aoka pushing it forward for Lackawanna. JK Fashizzle powerful behind Azel. Miss flip, and it will be into the net for an immediate tie from Lackawanna.
Immediate tie, and all of a sudden things get a little bit scarier. Lackawanna, a team that has only lost 1 series here in NACE Star League so far. They do not want to double that loss ratio here today. They want to make sure they come out on top of the circumstance, and what a great way to do it. Tie things up, 2:44 still on the clock, so we haven't even jumped into the second half of game 1, and we're already tied up essentially at that 0-0.
It's down favorable again for Lackawanna. Slight triple commit there from Flint. They still get it out to midfield, but this might result in offense again for Lackawanna. Right back into the hands again. Push forward. Now just kind of in no man's land. Gims will finally push up on it. Looking for the follow-up. Steals the boost. Smart play there, allowing them to keep the pressure on. Perma up. Has to leave it for JK Fashizzle, though. Gims off into the corner one more time. Powerful pass backwards. Almost an open net. Quick turn from Aoka. At least pushes it into the corner. Both these teams starting to go back and forth.
Back and forth here indeed. This is definitely the most game one we've seen in terms of a back and forth. It's not a team taking an immediate dominance. It's not a 7-1 victory or a 5-2 victory. It's going to be a 1-1 scoreline. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. Bozy with a great shot. Better defense from Perma, who's already making a name for themselves. Like I mentioned, I haven't seen Flint, but Perma definitely starting off strong. The name to keep an eye on as of game 1. 100 seconds remaining. 1-1 on the board, and nobody is able to establish that early dominance we've seen in other series.
Gims with no boost in the tank.
There we
pushes
go.
it forward. He beats out that last man, and Flint regains their lead.
the lead for Flint with only 92 seconds on the clock. There's not very many better times to take that lead. We've seen the action in favor of Flint. They want to give us that expectation. They want to make something change. They want to give us the miracle of a lifetime. I don't want to call it a goal. They're a pretty good team, but, you know, this is the defiance of expectation, which it feels like, haven't seen in a really long time. 83 seconds here at Flint. They are large and in charge. They don't have to score anymore. They can if they want to, but their real goal is to make sure that Lackawanna does not. Winning by a single point is still a win after all, and as we go down to 72 seconds left, this could be Flint's game number 1 to take.
Especially as they push it back to the offensive end. However, it is quickly cut off by Lackawanna one more time, rolling down off the ceiling. Firm on the quick turn, trying to get the stop, trying to chase down everybody. Push back out in front, dangerous, but placed behind Bozy. Smart now is Flint. Got it out to midfield, but that's all they could do. Now Azel to follow. JK Fashizzle again into the corner, beaten out by Gims. Straight down, Bozy taking over, but gives way to Perma. Time starting to tick down now for Lackawanna. Placed up, and in a perfect spot for Flint to waste more time. This challenge will keep the offense going even more. 30 seconds left, and Lackawanna needing to get back the other way, but Flint is not letting it happen.
Flint not letting it happen here quite yet. This could be the moment to strike, and as we see the 20 seconds left on the clock, things are shaky. Flint still up, 15 seconds remaining. This could be the moment for them to take game number 1, or will Lackawanna give us their best RIT impression and force an overtime in game 1? Looks like these final 10 seconds are going to make that decider right here, right now. Azel with ball control, takes it far into the down right corner, and maybe it's a buzzer beater for Flint to seal the deal in game 1. There's the block, there's the ball touching the ground, and there's Flint winning game number 1. So the defiance of expectations has already come tried and true.
A solid win there for Flint as well. It felt like they had better control of the ball than Lackawanna. You know, they got that goal early for Lackawanna, but it wasn't really anything after that Lackawanna was able to do to maintain offense. Flint did a great job of breaking out the other way, especially there at the end. They refused to allow any chance for Lackawanna to tie things up late, and it gets Flint an early win here in the series.
Without a doubt. And folks, I just want to say, well, between games, thank you so much for bearing with us. We know we've got a couple of bugs and a couple of things we need to fix going on right now. I made a joke about bugs, and I guess I shouldn't have done that because I cursed the broadcast. But we're going to get them figured out, and thank you so much for bearing with us as we do that. But University of Michigan clearly not struggling as much as we seem to be with our technological issues, and Lackawanna College falling short there. I'm very surprised. If I'm not mistaken, though, Lackawanna, earlier I made a comment, that last series was probably really dominant in favor of Lackawanna, but I feel like maybe that wasn't true. I feel like Lackawanna may have lost their first game when we saw them, and it's funny the way I remember it because I made a joke about lacking a winner because their name, and now I'm thinking I did say that. So they must have lost something at some point. Maybe it was one game, maybe it was 2. I'm pretty sure they won the series. I don't think we cast the one that they lost. So maybe Lackawanna just giving us an RIT situation. Maybe they've just got to warm up. Maybe they've got to change their style of play. Maybe they've got to change their actions moving forward, and maybe they just need to become that proactive team we know and love.
Right, and this really is a team that can bring things back immediately. If I'm Flint, I need to be careful right now. Lackawanna College, obviously not happy that they dropped that game. They're going to turn things around right away, but it's almost a quick start for Flint once again. They at least get the offense, and you know what? They get a goal. It's Perma knocking it in, and suddenly Flint has completely flipped the script from what we thought this was going to be.
Flint with just a dominant lead on the board, flipping the script indeed. I mean, I cracked a joke about, it's so funny they might 4-0, and holy cow, are they going to try to do it? I mean, my goodness. That is a 1-point lead for Flint as they have established an early dominance and a strong lead here in game number 2.
And quick offense off the kickoff as well. A back pass now over towards Azel. Carried over towards the side. Taken off the field, though, might allow some space. But again, not for long. This third man rotation from Flint, we see it again, keeping the offense going. We're going to see it one more time. This time it's a flick, though. And Perma, he's the last man, able to push it back in. Take the challenge off Aoka. Now taken off of his head by JK Fashizzle. Pushed out into the midfield from Gims. And, not exactly what Flint wanted. Trying to get it over towards the side as they try to break out one more time.
It's all about that breakout now. Lackawanna, they are down not only by a point, but by a game, and they want to reestablish that dominance, guarantee us at least a game number 5. It would be the first one we saw today. A minute off the clock. Flint still large and in charge. I love the way Flint plays because it's not the same level of aggression that we saw from a team like West Virginia, where it was like, let's score as much as we can, as fast as we can. Flint really plays it low and slow. Every goal they've found has felt calm, cool, and collected. It felt very calculated, and it seems like they want to continue that momentum moving into the rest of this series.
Yeah, we want to see Lackawanna try to build this back up because it's been a struggle so far. They've been surprisingly suffocated by the UM Flint offense. We have not seen a lot on the Lackawanna side, which is surprising based on what we saw in the previous series. It's all just a testament to this third-man rotation from UM Flint. This wasn't an aggressive challenge. Able to keep it in one more time is Azel towards the side. Ayoka trying to push it forward, trying to get anything going for Lackawanna. Not happening so far. Perma up to challenge, beaten out, and maybe now Lackawanna can try to build up an offense.
We're getting danger close to entering the second half of game number 2, and UM Flint has been in charge for a majority of this series. Lackawanna started strong in game 1. They kept it a little neck and neck, and it's been UM Flint to sneak away with that victory. They've got the lead once again, almost another goal onto Lackawanna, but a great defensive play is going to keep them at that 1-0 score line. Second half of game number 2 now coming into fruition, and UM Flint still that 1 point on the board. It goes back to that point I made where it's not the flashy, hyper-aggressive, goal, but they're going to win as much as they need to. They're going to score as much as they need to, and winning by a single point is just as valuable as winning by 100.
Yeah, and they really are scrapping this one out. That one a little bit sketchy. I think 2 went for Lackawanna and UM Flint. They still get the stop, and that another close call. UM Flint is scrapping this out however they can. Put to the side from Azel. Slight touch, not what he wants. It's an open net, but it's a miss from Lackawanna. It was a free net given away. Can the stop be made to secure it? They can. Now Lackawanna has to go back to the drawing board because this offense is not the same potent one we saw earlier this season.
It absolutely is not. Going back to the drawing board between games 2 and 3, maybe exactly what they need to do. They're down, but not out. Down by only a single point. So UM Flint can feel comfortable. They can feel safe for any part of this game until it comes to a final close. 100 seconds on the clock. Lackawanna needs to score once in 100 seconds. In theory, it sounds so easy to print right in front of them, but at the same time, University of Michigan Flint has been so good at canceling this team out at anything they want to bring to the table.
Still holding that offense. This time Perma, smart to hold back. Now he makes the challenge, and he can put it towards the top of the net. Or not the top of the net, but the top of the ceiling, trying to keep it away. Long clear out, not exactly what UM wants, but JK Fashizzle's playing this much too slow. It allows UM Flint to get their own challenge. And right now, Lackawanna College just needs to play a little more aggressive. I don't want to see them send everything, but they seem to be playing too slow and are allowing UM Flint to just close off this space, and it's resulting in these challenges lost. They do win that one. Can they win another? Azel, it is pretty neutral there. This time, though, in favor of Perma. Got the reset. Can he use it to his advantage? He gets the stop made by JK Fashizzle, but time is starting to run out, and Lackawanna College's offense has not been up to par. They have not a lot of time left to try to get it tied.
Yeah, 35 seconds. UM Flint, you talked about this is the team that beat Lackawanna, right?
This is the team that, or UM Flint is the team that dropped 3-0 to Lackawanna earlier on in the season. UM Flint did take off one game from St. Clair towards the end of the season.
Okay, got it. So they held their own a little bit better than Lackawanna against St. Clair, but St. Clair is still undefeated. I thought we had a bit more of a triad on, but I understand now what's being presented. UM Flint, though, they want to go for that run back. They want to try again, and now as they win their second game in a row, they're that much closer. It may be a 10-minute differential on whether or not UM Flint 4-0s.
Yeah, this is obviously not at all what we were expecting. It's really hard to say what's going on now for Lackawanna College. I do want to go back to the point I had just made about it's weird because you don't want to give teams space. You don't want to give UM Flint that space. It's not that they are. It's that they're allowing UM Flint to close off their own space. Like JK Fashizzle there on the back line. He was waiting on the back wall. Sure, it's a tough read, but he allows Azel to come completely up from midfield, take the challenge, and keep the offense going. It doesn't result in a goal, but if anything, it resulted in no offense from Lackawanna the other way, and it's been a struggle on offense for Lackawanna. They need any way possible to get back the other way because they do not have enough opportunities to get this going.
Absolutely. It's really interesting because we looked at the last series and we kind of talked a lot about how Kennesaw unfortunately wasn't able to find offensive moments. They couldn't get their head in the game, they couldn't get ball control. I think we're seeing that same thing with Lackawanna, which is nuts because Lackawanna is 5-1. They have been the proactive team the entire season. Right now, however, University of Michigan Flint, like you said, doing such a good job not letting Lackawanna play the game. that Lackawanna doesn't know what to do right now. They're lost.
Yeah, they really do seem, I guess lost is the best way to describe it. It's hard to say because Lackawanna, earlier on in the season, yeah, they didn't end up with a 3-0 like I had previously thought, but they had still walked away with the win. Obviously, they only had dropped to St. Clair this season. This does not look like the same team we saw earlier on. They seem to be struggling. Flint's third man has had a very, very perfect rotation, pushing up, keeping the offense out for Lackawanna. But when Lackawanna is on offense, they just are not finding the opportunities when they are almost quite literally given to them. There was a free net in the middle of this game that they completely missed. And it's opportunities like that Flint, they aren't giving up many of those. But when it is happening, Lackawanna is not taking advantage.
Oh my goodness. Lackawanna's not taking advantage of much at all, but Flint, on the other side of that coin, is doing the exact difference there. They're going to put a goal down early, only 21 seconds off the clock, and they're already back in charge. This is where Flint loves to be.
It certainly is. Back already now. Back up to that lead for Flint, a little bit wide at that point. Now drop down in front, it's Lackawanna. A clear out to midfield, but they need a sustained clear. And this pass actually might work for it. Trying to dish this around one, but the stop is made from Perma. Follow-up from Aoka, cut off. Now up towards the side. Lackawanna trying to set things back up.
Lackawanna, they want to set things up here. This is where they're going to find themselves in a very tough spot. Flint, this is amazing. This is a team that has proved very early they are a team to look out for. Like I said, I haven't had the honor of getting to see them yet, but holy cow, you can't make a bigger impression than 2-0ing Lackawanna early on. They might be able to make that a 3-0, and that would put them 5 minutes away from losing Lackawanna out entirely.
And it's tough. I don't want to say that this series is over. It by no means is. Flint, this is a great roster. They've put together a great series so far. We know that Lackawanna is a great roster as well. They can turn things around in an instant. But it's really hard to say that Lackawanna has a lot going for them. Flint, just like West Virginia in the previous series, is doing whatever they want. Lackawanna is giving them that space. They are not cutting it off. And when Lackawanna has their own space, they are giving it away to Flint. I'm not sure what's going on right now for Lackawanna, but it needs to be fixed immediately. Not even 90 seconds in, it's a 2-0 lead for Flint, and they look ready to continue this run and maybe try to finish off with a sweep if they can walk away with this Game 3 as well.
Oh my goodness, I cracked the joke in the beginning, but it turns out I'm more of a, oh my goodness, I can't think of the word. More of a prophet than I thought. I think we're seeing Flint really come out and establish a dominance. This is a circumstance they have found themselves in before. I believe you said that Lackawanna 3-0'd Flint, so maybe Flint took it really personally, and they were really upset about how it fell apart for them. Lackawanna, for the first time that's not their first goal all series, is it?
No, this is their first goal since Game 1, though. I want to say last game was a shut. It was a 1-0 shutout. Lackawanna, again, that offense has been sparse, which is tough to see from this type of roster. And what do you know? It's a kickoff goal from Flint. This is incredible. When I saw that win that game win against St. Clair late in the season, I had a little bit more hope for Flint, but I did not expect anything like this. I did not expect a complete turnaround from the beginning of the season.
Yeah, you get a little hopeful, you get a little excited, and then they defy all expectations. They come in here and they start to dominate Lackawanna, one of the best teams in their division. This is an incredible performance, but Aoka with a great steal of their own. I can't wait to watch the replay on this. It was a low and slow play. This is the action coming through. It's just that bump. Gets right past Azel, finds it, a small play, but it just completely changes the pace of play, and now Flint up by only a single point.
And I want to say that doubles what Lackawanna has had this series. I believe it was a 2-1 loss in Game 1. Now already 2 on the board for them here. Looking for that third to tie it up. Can't get it done. Azel with slightly amount of space. Aoka cutting it off. Not a lot of boost. Wins out the challenge against Gims, though. This will be favorable. Except just too slow again. This time Azel speedy towards it. Sweep that back line. Nobody there yet. Now the third man pushes up. Pushes it wide. JK for Shizzle. Back out again. Aoka cutting it off. Shot on Azel for the stop. off the side. Space given to him, pushed forward. Not the touch that he wants. Was right to the hands of Lackawanna again, but you know what? Not what they want either. Right into Perma, and he wins out that challenge into an empty corner. Now Lackawanna will gain some boost and try to get going again, but a miss might actually be more offense for Flint.
A miss could be devastating here. Lackawanna almost ties things up, or they prevent Flint from taking a further lead. Bozy has to go high, a bit of a nasty shot into the corner. The disruption comes through, the ball control going to be lost. No man's land here in the far right corner of the field. JK Shizzle goes for a defensive play of his own. We're down to 103 seconds left. Can Flint hit that third game win in a row against Lackawanna? This could be the miracle play they needed. 90 seconds remain, and Flint looking very, very good to walk away with this, but with only a 1-point differential, Lackawanna could sneak in that goal and shake up everything we know about this series so far.
They really could, and it almost came there, put away to the opposite corner from Azel. And the thing I like about Flint is that this entire series has been within one or two goals, I should say. Flint did go up 2-0 in this game, but they have played with a close margin. Not a lot of room for error for Flint, but they've gotten it done up to this point, and that is telling for a roster like this, especially against a team you lost to earlier on in the season. To play it well when the score is low and when the lead is low as well. Less than a minute left for Lackawanna to get this one tied up and try to get a win. Otherwise, they will need that highly coveted but nearly impossible reverse sweep in a best-of-7. JK Shizzle dribbling it down the field, one on, cut off by Perma. These rotations from Flint just too much to stop at this point. As we look towards the 30-second mark, Lackawanna's got to go back the opposite way, especially as they get bumped off the play. It's only going to slow them down even more.
Bumping up to play, 25 seconds left on the clock. And I think Flint may be comfortable enough to feel like they've got this in the bag. That was almost a great midfield shot, but it's going to be bumped away by the defense of Lackawanna. They want to keep it as close as possible. Can they score with any time left on the clock? Can they score in overtime and force in overtime? That could be the massive play they need, but as of right now, things look bleak. As we go down to single digits, 3 left on the clock, this could be the moment Flint needs to succeed. They win by a single point once again, Powder, and they are 1 goal, 5 hypothetical minutes away from winning our third 4-0 series of the night.
This is an incredible performance from Flint. It's been low scoring, it has been close the entire way through, yet I can't help but feel like Flint has this series in full control. And it's so weird to say that because it's never been more than a 1-goal win. It's been 2-1, right. 1-0, and then 3-2 now in Game 3. It's been close, but Flint, they have just shown us how they play, how well they can play when the series is this close. They are comfortable in a position like that. That slight anxiety you get when it's close, that fuels them at this point, and they are performing well with it. 1 away from advancing on to go against St. Clair, which, if they can beat Lackawanna tonight and they go against St. Clair, who, remember, Flint's the only team that took a single game off St. Clair. I would be excited to see that on Saturday.
I mean, if Flint is coming out, not only did they beat Lackawanna, if they sweep Lackawanna, even if you've beaten this team before, you've got to be a little bit scared, a little bit anxious about what that could mean for your team going into the following matchup, because clearly Flint is putting in the work. They are looking at matchups. They are changing the pace of play. They are making sure they know exactly what is being brought to the table from their opponents, and right now, I mean, they are just beating my expectations time and time and time again. I can't wait to see if they clutch out this Game 4 victory.
I'm excited to see it. I think it can happen. I don't want to jinx anything. Lackawanna picked up the offense there, scored 2 after having only scored 1 in games 1 and 2 combined. So, a little bit of hope for Lackawanna. However, Flint, very comfortable in this position, and almost a freebie given away, but they turn off a miscommunication. Shot is wide from Azel, can't clean it up yet. Flint might have wanted that one. It's still a free net, though. They get too aggressive. Perma takes advantage. 1-0 Flint early.
Golly, 1-0 Flint early. Powder, I think that is the 3rd, 4th time we've said that today. I mean, this has been just the absolute action-packed Flint matchup that we have seen every single game in a row. Here it is, game number 4. Flint already has the lead. This is going to be the action-packed matchup of a lifetime.
It certainly is. If they can finish this one off, looks promising. 1-0 early on. Ooh, close call there. Could have been 2-0. Placed wide though, now it's Gims. Can't get it behind Aoka, one up. Ooh, double commit from Flint, but what a recovery from Perma. I believe that was the last man as well. Good pinch to give himself an opportunity. Double commit from Flint, now one home. It's Azel at midfield. Good turn, his teammates rotating back, making the stop when needed. Gims along the corner now, a little bit of a scrum here. Perma taking advantage and taking control. Can't get the 50 off JK for Shizzle, but it cuts him off just enough to where he's forced to go into the corner. Opportunity given to Aoka. Perma cutting it off again. JK for Shizzle, soft shot over towards Azel. He'll play it out behind the defense. It's offense again for Flint.
Offense for Flint, it's where they love to be, and they love to be on top of the matchup. We've seen 90 seconds come and go, only a single point on the board, and it is in favor of knocked out. Great chase from Lackawanna. The ball control stolen right back in favor. They take it up high in the sky. Where's the follow through? Bozy falls a little too short, and being even a millisecond away is still being away, and that's going to cause you to miss that shot. Gims with a great demolition gives Flint the control they've been fiending for. Perma takes it high. Aoka meets him in the sky. Azel gets a touch here in favor of Flint. The action is coming from their side once again. JK Foshin runs it up the far right side looking for a goal of his own, but just cannot find it. It's Bozy who still gets blocked out. The tertiary attempt not going to be enough, and Lackawanna still hanging out at that big old goose egg.
The pre-jump stop from Azel, clutch as we near halftime. This air dribble might be too much. It's off the crossbar, saved away one more time. Aoka off the corner, dishing it down. No one's even close. It's a banger of a clear out. It will be high. Azel, not enough boost to follow, but it's a double commit from Lackawanna. Their defense crumbling late. We're at halftime. It's another 2-0 lead for Flint.
Another 2-0 lead for Flint. 1 second shy of that halftime powder. Just like you said, this is the Flint turnaround of a lifetime. They're keeping it large and in charge, and even when Lackawanna gets moments away from being able to score, Flint is there to ruin their day and ruin those moments. JK Shizzle takes it all the way into the side. Perma there to catch it in off the corner. Gims is going to find a disruption. Ball control stolen for Lackawanna. Perma finds that demolition derby happening in the corner. Tries to find Bozy, but as soon as Flint gets in control, they are demolitioned out of the equation. This could be the first goal for Lackawanna here in game number 4, but Flint, this defense has been a miracle for this team. Even when the goal is wide open, it takes Lackawanna 3 tries to get it in, but better late than never.
Yes, good stops here from Flint, but that double commit coming back to bite them. Last man is forced to go for that shot. Instead, placed behind into the hands of Lackawanna and into the net. 1 goal down now with 2:03 remaining as they try to bring this one back. Remember, even if they get this, they need 4 in a row to try to get back into this series, try to continue themselves against St. Clair on Saturday. We'll have to see how Flint responds now, because this is the team that plays comfortable in these type of positions. Oh, now that time, Perma barely getting up to it. It's getting closer from Lackawanna, and there it is, the game-tying goal with 1:41 to go.
141. The game has been tied up. 101 seconds remaining on the clock. Can Lackawanna finally clutch things out? Can they force us to our first game 5? But we've seen this story told 4 times now, where things get close like this for Flint, and they still clutch out that 1-point advantage just enough to win the game. And this time, it'll be just enough to win the series. Down to 90 seconds left. Who can walk away with that game 4 win? Will we see more of these teams here tonight, or we go to series 4 very early?
Perma trying to get the back pass. It's a little awkward though, and now it's very dangerous. JK for Shizzle behind the defense and in. Lackawanna College with their first lead of the series.
This is a huge moment for Lackawanna College. They are in the lead for the first time in a long time, but with only 82 seconds left on the clock, is that going to be enough to keep them in this positive position? I'm truly not sure. Flint, they've got more than enough time to clutch this back. They can snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat, as they have done 4 times in a row already.
Down in front, given away to Gims. Couldn't find my words right there, and another close call as Perma was the one to follow it up. Gims again, close, but not finding it. Now faked out, open in front, taken off the field. JK for Shizzle taking over. Now towards the back wall, Perma up. The carry out, a teammate went with him. He's got to win this challenge, and he does. JK for Shizzle there first, but he whiffs it. Now it's Azel coming upfield. He doesn't have any boost in the tank. Bumped off the play. Another miss from Lackawanna College. Into the corner. It's Gims now. And Perma doing what he can to keep this offense on. He's got a little bit of boost in the tank. JK Fish is out and behind the defense, though. 30 seconds left. Flint trying to get back into this, trying to regain that lead, try to walk away with the sweep.
Flint, they want to find that lead, they want to find that sweep, but this could be the moment Lackawanna finally wakes back up. That secondary shot still not going to make it. Perma actually gets in the way of that goal, and I don't think it would have gone in, but they still lose ball control off the back of it, so it is just as devastating. 10 seconds tick down, single digits, and now can Flint find something in that garbage time? It is looking less and less likely. Lackawanna may finally force our very first game number 5 of their of the night so far. Holy cow, I lost my words. Lackawanna, they're going to clutch out that game win and take us one game further into this series. Who knows? This might be the one to go all the way.
It could be. Lackawanna College looked a lot better and a lot more comfortable in that game. Flint didn't seem to have the same opportunities that they did have earlier on in the series. And, this time weren't able to play with that close lead as comfortably. Lackawanna College take over and take their first game of the series.
Lackawanna takes their first game of the series, and due to that means we have to take a break in the middle of the series, because we have to take a break every 4 games. So, folks, we're going to go ahead and do that right now. Let the players rest, use the restroom, get water, do whatever they have to do, but we'll meet you right back here for the rest of what has turned into a banger series at NA Star League in just a couple of minutes. Don't go far.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Slight miscommunication with the players. Obviously, we understand that this break isn't exactly... You don't tend to see it in some leagues, so the players are not aware of it. We are playing this game as normal, so we are in the middle of game number 5 now, as Lackawanna College has the lead, and we do have Septilence back. Septilence, we are just playing this one out. Lackawanna College got a goal. We hear the game audio. We heard it a couple minutes ago, and we're nearing halftime now. It's far down, and Flint will try to get this one back. Ooh, barely beaten out by Bozy. Now back again is Flint trying to build this offense up, try to get this game tied.
Yeah, sorry about that, gamers. I was refilling my water bottle, and it takes a while, so I'm back, though. I missed half the game, but it looks like it's going to be a good one in favor of Lackawanna. Like you said, Powder up 1 point on the board. Half the game already down and out, and Flint, they are looking a little bit shaky. Maybe that point, that game win against them has gotten to them. It's shaking them up a little bit. They ran the sprint, they won the 3. If this is a best of 5, they would have moved on already, but that's what makes best of 7 so hard, is you've got to push it that extra mile, that extra 5 minutes, that extra 1 point to seal the deal.
Yeah, Flint clearly showing that they need to keep pushing along. They did well best of 5 in theory. They would have walked away with the sweep from this best of 7. They got to keep it going. There is still time, and of course only down by 1. Lackawanna College, you can tell, has picked things up a little bit. The pass a bit too far out, and the defense was taken off the field too. Unfortunate if you're Flint, but they regain quickly. A shot from Azel too high. Perma on the follow. Azel on the quick cut. Gims cutting him off though. Now Azel on another cut. Chips it up over 1. Aoka to clean it up, and JK Fashizzle will clear it out.
90 seconds left on the clock, and Flint, they're going to be finding themselves in a, slightly untypical, that's not a word, but I think you guys know what I'm trying to say, an atypical situation in which they were dominating the majority of the series. Lackawanna has changed things up between games during our very, very short break, and now Flint is struggling to respond. Almost a goal, but it's going to be boxed out by Bozy, who just immediately goes coast to coast with it all the way down and back. The crossbar disrupts what could have been a highlight if I've ever seen one. Down to the final minute on the clock, and will Lackawanna win this game with a 1-0 of their own, just like Game 2 at the beginning of this series?
We'll have to see. Now more aggression coming out from Lackawanna. Now dish towards the back wall. It's almost slotted through, but cut off by Perma at the last second. Lackawanna certainly picked up the pace of play here. It's working out in bunches. Passes across the field, but Azel doesn't have any boost. Has to flick it up. 2 went for Lackawanna. Maybe shutting down their opportunity. Offense, another 2 go. Aoka was the last man back, pushed behind him. He has to race back for it. Play it to the teammate up to follow, clear out. Now, Bozy back in though, and time is running out for Flint. They get coast to coast now. Gims can't find it either. It's off the corner, off the back wall, out into the midfield, dunked out. Just no boost to follow. He needs it to go up the wall, and it does. Killed down by Lackawanna though. And we're heading to game 6.
We are headed to game number 6, so not only are we getting game number 5, but game number 6 just around the corner. And knowing these players from what we just learned, they're going to jump right back into it. So you guys probably aren't going to look at us particularly long. This has been a very impressive turnaround from Lackawanna. We've seen reverse sweeps before. This could possibly be the beginning of one. So if you folks want to get those brooms out, dust them off a little bit. Don't get ready to sweep with them yet, but Lackawanna, they are desperately trying to turn this around because University of Michigan Flint, they've been hypothetically 1 goal away from winning for 2 games now, and they have failed 2 times now. Will we see that pattern repeat to a 3-3? Are we going all the way to game 7?
It's looking like Lackawanna College might have a chance to do so. Flint does not have the same opportunities that they had earlier on. It feels like Lackawanna is doing a better job of snuffing out those opportunities that they found earlier on in the series. But at the same time, it's tough. Flint doesn't look as clean as they did earlier, and especially with the pace of play picking up for Lackawanna, that speed, it's causing Flint to be a lot more uncomfortable, and it's putting them in a position to where they are too uncomfortable, and Lackawanna's taking advantage of it.
Yeah, it's funny, too, because we always say, or at least I do, I always say, in a best of 7, things could be different. Are we finding that out right now? Is the proof in the pudding right now? Because of this best of 7, Lackawanna has had longer to learn what Michigan Flint loves to bring to the table. They have seen longer to learn what play styles they choose, how they score, and how to prevent it. Maybe this is going to be happening right now. It's truly going to be a tough call from this squad. Flint, they've got to shake things up right here, right now, or Lackawanna's going to tie up the entire series.
Good offensive start. Perma off the ceiling. Can't find it, but Azel might be able to. Can he get the bump? Ooh, he can, but it's a little too late. JK Fashizzle with the clear out. Bozy now taking over. Azel takes it off of his head. Aoka just pushing it back and forth. Gims now around 1. Bozy back in. We keep ping-ponging back and forth between teams as Perma can't get it out quite yet. Azel beaten out by Aoka. Gims out towards the side. Is Flint a little bit desperate to try to get out? It's just not working yet.
Flint a wee bit desperate indeed. Let's see if this desperation continues. I think they kind of shined the most when they weren't playing this desperate play style, when they were comfortable with what they were bringing to the table and what they were doing, but it looks like they just aren't ready to kind of return to that play style. They've got to play it fast. They've got to play it hyper-aggressive to ensure that this team is going to be against them. And Flint, I'm going to say it, I think it's a slightly more interesting narrative if Flint ends up winning this, but of course they're not here to prove narratives. They're here to kind of work for themselves, work for their own teams, make it as far into this season as possible. And Lackawanna, as the seconds tick by, they're getting closer and closer to doing so.
They are looking a lot more comfortable shutting down those opportunities they were finding earlier on. Now pushed out. Plenty of space given to Flint, but Azel can't find the touch. Perma forced to turn back. The shot is wide into the corner. Beats out the defense. Gims pushing up. Who's there first? It's JK for Shizzle. Azel along the wall. Will go for the follow. Bumping out one. Can't get the other, though. Push towards the net will be wide. Gims dishing it into the corner. JK for Shizzle, though, bumping it down. Can't find the defender to take out of the way. Aoka hard off the back wall. Good read from Azel, getting up quickly. But it's Lackawanna College doing a better job now of holding in this offense. Good clear out, good counterattack. Azel up, looking for the back wall. Can't double it down. It's still a pass, though. Gims can't be there in time. Aoka is going to have a freebie as it goes back the other way, drawing first blood in Game 6.
A freebie indeed. Game number 6 also starting strong for Lackawanna. And Powder, I'm not positive, but with this series, I believe every time we've seen a team score first, that was the team to win that game. Now, that hasn't been the pattern all night, but for this series in particular, that seems to be the style these teams love to bring out.
It certainly is, and working out for Lackawanna as they're starting to pick things up. A little bit over-aggressive, though, from Flint on that play, resulting in them giving up the goal. We're nearing halftime. We're seeing them struggle more and more on offense. This time, given away, will push down into the hands of Azel. Aoka up along the ceiling, will dish this one out and into the corner. Trying to dish it around Flint, and he can. A clear out from Flint goes right back in the hands of Lackawanna. Good challenge from Perma, though. Can he follow it up? He cannot. And a pop from Bozy will go back the other way as Aoka will try to clean this one up.
Trying to clean this one up. It could be huge. Half the game already over before it feels like it's even truly begin. Oh my goodness, Lackawanna almost finds point number 2. That could have been the nail in the coffin for Game 6, but instead, Flint able to block it out in their final moments of a desperate defense. I would honestly hate to see this team come so close to a victory and then lose all the same to the opponents that took them down just weeks ago. Pressure on against Flint in the worst kind of way right now. They need to score 2 times in 2 minutes to take a win, and that's a way to kick things off. Tied back up 1-1. Anybody's game here in game number 6.
And this is such a great follow-up from everybody on Flint. And finally, it's Azel just shoving his way through, knocking it home, getting the game tied up. 1:53 remaining here in Game 6 as Flint wants to get out of here immediately. They wanted the sweep, but it's been close, and Lackawanna has been gaining on them more and more. They do not want to be put in a situation where you're suddenly in Game 7 playing to avoid the reverse sweep. Obviously, it's still favored because that other team would have to win that 4th straight game, but the pressure of avoiding a reverse sweep is unlike any other. Maybe now trying to shut down that opportunity as they get back onto offense. 87 seconds left, pushed out into the midfield, out the other way. It's Lackawanna trying to gain that control and get back to offense.
Lackawanna trying to gain that control with 75 seconds left on the clock. We're tied up 1-1. Could Game 6 go all the way to an overtime? Not gonna lie, folks, that would create quite the narrative. Give us one heck of a story to possibly end it on, or to go all the way to that coveted Game 7 with the first 2 series to shut out this one. We were praying we'd get something more than a 4-0, and it looks like our wishes are going to be granted, as we already are in Game 6, but can we go all the way? That would defy any expectation we had. Are we going to see that Game 7? Possibly not, as Flint's Perma goes in with a huge play in favor of Flint.
Such a good read here. Bozy cheating up a little too quickly. And Gims stays far enough back in the net to avoid stopping that one. 2-1 lead now for Flint, with only 50 to go and looking for more.
Looking for more indeed here, Powder. This could be Flint doing what they did 3 times in a row. They got a little shaky, they got a little scared, but it looks like they're getting ready to try and end it right here, right now. 40 seconds left on the clock. They do not have to score if they don't want. They just have to make sure that Lackawanna doesn't. Perma tries to go for the style points. Sets up a great goal for the teammate, but the boost was not in the pocket. It falls too little, too short, and does not secure an additional point for Flint. 23 seconds left for Lackawanna to do something.
Cleared back again, though, from Flint. Aoka behind 1, 2 right in the middle, but they cut each other off. Awkward play from Lackawanna. They have to go back to the drawing board in the final 10 seconds. Otherwise, it's the last chance qualifier for them. Gims to the corner, right into the hands of Bozy. Soft shot. JK for Shizzle, too slow to it. Gotta keep it alive now. Gotta keep it in the air. Pops it up. Might be too far away. It's a double commit now. Over towards the side. JK for Shizzle. Off the wall, Aoka meets him evenly underneath, but it's killed to the ground, and Flint, the 3 seed, upsetting Lackawanna College and marching on to face St. Clair on Saturday.
Incredible powder. Like you said, the last chance qualifier will be awaiting Lackawanna, but possibly a scarier opponent awaiting University of Michigan this Saturday. That is going to be a guaranteed banger of a series. So I implore all of you to go ahead and come check that out. I've got to say, things got really scary there. I think University of Michigan overplayed their hand. I think they revealed a lot of weaknesses and weak points they need to work on before the weekend hits. But if they can watch this VOD, they have a lot of gameplay to watch. They might be able to come out even stronger this Saturday.
They certainly can, especially with the way that they took the 1 game off of St. Clair at the end of the season. I suddenly like their chances a little bit. Obviously, it's not a lot of turnaround for Flint to try to take the series against St. Clair. It's only going to be a couple weeks, actually, in fact, only like a week and a half apart. So again, not a lot of turnaround, but after a win like that, that is some confidence heading towards Flint as they try to march forward and try to get themselves into the playoffs on Saturday.
Playoffs are what it is all about. I know we're going to try to get an interview with University of Michigan Flint, but, you know, players are busy. They've got a lot of other things going on in their lives, so perhaps they're not going to be able to make this interview. Only time will tell. We'll have to figure out together, but I'm going to say I'm really impressed. I mean, this is just a really strong performance from University of Michigan Flint. They showed up and they showed off. A little bit of a slip in the middle there, but winning is what it's all about. They win, they survive until Saturday, and Saturday is where they have to put it all down on the table. They really cannot afford to slip up like that, or it's going to cost them possibly that entire series.
Yeah, there is no room for error against St. Clair. That is too good of a team to where if they kind of make the same mistakes towards the end like they did here against Lackawanna, slowing down a little bit, giving Lackawanna that space, St. Clair is going to probably walk away with a victory. And you know, it's going to be tough either way. Flint's going to have it in for them on Saturday. But I still like their chances, the way that they took the 1 game off of St. Clair and the way that they looked pretty dominating here against Lackawanna. I like their chances, but either way, it's going to be a tough ask.
It's going to be a tough ask indeed. And speaking of tough asks, we can use this time to talk a little bit about our 4th and final series that we have coming up in a little bit. We think it's going to be an exciting one. We thought that was going to be the one to go all the way to game number 7, but we've already been treated with the game number 6. So, you know, I've got to say, I'm a little satiated. If we happen to see another 4-0, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but a game 7 would be even cooler. It would be a phenomenal performance. And that's the one I think we kind of agreed on. The calibers of team gameplay are as close as they're going to be tonight. At least we expect them to be.
Right, and this was already a close one, but with the next one coming in, both teams finishing with 2 losses in the loss column. Can't remember how many wins it was, but it was even either way. So it's going to be a very exciting one of those situations where, again, you kind of trade off those wins and losses. Certainly going to be an interesting one. And after this one, we almost saw the reverse sweep. We almost got to that game 7. Lackawanna fell just a little bit short, but still an exciting one. I'm excited to see if the next one shows us even more.
And it looks like we're going right to the next one because unfortunately there is no interview from University of Michigan Flint. That is A-OK. We'll see them again on Saturday. Folks, we're throwing it through a break. We'll see you right back here in just about 5 minutes. Hey everybody, one more. Welcome back. And just in case you forgot what's going on the rest of NA Star League here this week, we've got Rocket League here today. One more series left for you. Overwatch 2 and League of Legends, and a double whammy on Tuesdays. Call of Duty and Valorant there on those famous, fabulous Wednesdays. And Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Thursday, rounding out the week with CSGO, Counter-Strike Global Offensive on Fridays. So definitely drop a follow on the channel if you want to keep an eye on any of those fantastic esports that we have happening here at NA Star League every single week. And there is some additional bonus Rocket League here this Saturday, Powder, which I am very excited about. We're going to see two teams. We've already, sorry, four of the 8 teams we've seen today. I can do math sometimes, guys, I swear. 4 of the 8 teams we've seen today, those winning teams are going to make it to Saturday, so we're going to get a repeat of some of these matchups.
We certainly are. It's going to be an exciting one on Saturday. The number 1 seeds who secured their spot just by finishing number 1 are going to face off against the winners from the play-ins tonight. All the teams we have watched, plus the other ones off broadcast as well. So certainly an exciting day on Saturday. We got one more to decide on the broadcast who's going to make it. It's James Madison University versus Texas A&M International University. Neither of these teams we got to see. We might have gotten to see James Madison earlier on, but either way, with these standings, I'm very excited to see how this one turns out.
Yeah, and Texas A&M IU is a very notorious esports program. They're a very strong esports program, and I'm excited to see what they bring out. We saw JMU, I want to say week 1? Like, we saw them very early if we did see them at all, and I think that's kind of what's happening here. But I remember they are a very strong team, and I'm eager to see with a 5-2 scoreline, are we going to get that dominant kind of somebody still 4-0s, or are we going to get a closer series, maybe a 4-2 like we just saw a moment ago?
This one's going to be a very hard one to call, and I want to say that this is the only one that Sepulence and I were split on, just simply based on how these teams have finished in their season. Earlier on in the regular season, James Madison won a Game 5 against Texas A&M International, but then of course dropping a couple other matches as well with Texas A&M and International, and then James Madison obviously dropping one other one. It creates that interesting dynamic of it's not so straightforward as these other ones might have been.
Right, it's not that straightforward matchup that we expect to see. It could be a 4-0 in either direction. It could be a 4-3 victory to close out the evening. It could be a lot of things, and it comes down to what these teams are able to do in these kind of pinch clutch moments to emerge victorious in these situations. I truly don't know. I feel like, I've never seen TAMIU, and I have seen JMU, so of course I'm going to lean a little bit more in favor of them perhaps, but at the same time, it's a 5-2 scoreline on both. I'm a man of statistics, and when there's no statistics to look at, just taking a gamble shot here.
Yeah, my gamble shot is simply that Texas A&M International took the win against JMU earlier on in the season. And the other tough thing about that, though, is it was pretty early on. It was the end of September, a few weeks in, and we just saw Flint, who dropped to Lackawanna in the first couple weeks, take them down in a pretty dominating fashion, a 4-2 win. So maybe James Madison has it in them tonight to completely turn things around. Who knows? Neither of us know. This is one of those that is very tough to call ahead of time, and one that I'm very excited to get into.
Yeah, this is, as we talked about at the very beginning of the evening, we'll talk about it again, possibly our closest. Could it be another 4-0? Of course, because we don't know what we're going into, folks. That is so much part of the fun of this, is we have made it this far into the season, and there's still some teams we're going to get a chance to look at for the very first time, closing out the evening on Champions Field, which is going to be a great map, one of my favorite fields in the game.
Yeah, very, very fun one to end the night on, especially with these two teams, which I feel like this we saw Game 6 last time. This feels like the one, we'll say it again, that could go to Game 7, where Champions Field is best fit for. It's just tough to say how exactly this one's going to go. We did get to see James Madison. They're a great roster, but they already dropped to Texas A&M International earlier on. Can they turn things around, or is it going to be more of the same? Again, with that best-of-7 format, it's going to favor, in theory, I should say, favor the higher skilled team. And based on the standings, we don't really have a team that is inherently more skillful. So as we get going here in Game 1, I'm very interested to see which team is going to start off with that momentum.
5 minutes on the clock per the usual, gang, and we see 10 seconds already down and out. The ball hurtling toward the goal of JMU, but it's going to be knocked away into the far corner. Skell goes for a tap up, but that is a great lineup up and off the right side of the goal. The secondary attempt disrupted by ability. So TIMU, they've already had 3 shots on goal, unfortunately 0 for 3 on them, but it's only been 30 seconds, so they've got plenty of time to turn this around.
Yeah, 30 seconds in now, as it's sent back the other way by Texas A&M. Not for long, JMU. Good job of holding on to offense. Maybe not for long. There is P-Man, though. He's bumped off by Chino into the corner now, killed in the middle, a little bit dangerous there. Now going the other way is Texas A&M. They'll try to build upon their own offense, but it's hard to do that when you're taken off the field. Ability now with control down the middle of the field, one out by Quar Runner, can't get the follow-up. It's back the other way for James Madison.
No follow-up. James Madison back the other way. Like you said, a minute off the clock. A lot of back and forth. This is very reminiscent of your traditional game one. I think that's what we're seeing from these teams so far. They've played against one another. Saw that James Madison was not able to emerge victorious, so maybe they're changing the play style. Maybe they're changing the aggression. That's what they want to try to do. They don't want to let TAMIU get the advantage too early. And as of right now, they've been able to do so. 80 seconds, nothing on the board. This could be a very low-scoring game.
It could be. Maybe starting off here, though. Cut off, though, by the defense. It's Dews now off the corner, trying to dish it forward. Can't do much. Ability needs to win out this challenge and does. Push forward again. He-Man a little bit too slow. One on the rotation in will keep it going for James Madison, but not for very long. Chino over towards the side, losing it out. One to follow up, trying to cut it away and cannot. Quar Runner off at the corner, playing it to safety for Texas A&M.
Playing it for safety is what you got to do in this scenario. The first team to make a mistake could be the first team to get scored on. You've got to play it calm, cool, and collected, very slow, and demonstrate a lot of patience. And I think as of right now, that's what everybody is trying to do. A great shot on goal from JMU was disrupted, but the secondary from P-Man is going to be able to put that first point on the board. James Madison finding it 2 minutes already off the clock.
The aggression here from James Madison, throwing it forward. Ability looked like he might have been going for some demolitions along the back line, clearing the way for that one to find its way home. 1-0 James Madison, just over 2 minutes having gone by, looking for more. P-Man cut off though. Backwards for Ability, into the hands of Quar Runner, taking it to the back wall, sweeps for Texas A&M, shot low and will find its way in. Chino immediately tying up the game.
Chino ties up the game. It took 2 minutes to find a goal, but clearly TAMIU is comfortable being in that disadvantageous state as it works out very well. They get the tie-up, 2:45 on the clock. I think that was, what, an 11-second goal? Maybe somewhere around there. It was not a particularly long time. This is just tied up basically back at 0-0.
Yeah, quickly not at all back up. Chino looking for the lead for Texas A&M. He's cut off by the defense. Now Ability on the carry out. Trying to build this offense back for James Madison. Sent to the other side. Chino, long clear out. Maybe not what he wanted. It just gives it away to Skell, and he won't be able to find follow-up either. Ability now, play it backwards to Skell. Dews on the challenge. Neutral once again. Skell and Quar Runner combine, and Texas A&M doing a great job on the challenges. Shot wide, cleaned up by Dews and in. Texas A&M with their first lead of the game.
Texas puts that point back on the board. They take the lead of the game, like you said, and 2 minutes left on the clock. We're still in that scenario where a 1-point differential is nothing to be comfortable about. You're going to have to play full throttle until the bitter end to guarantee your team that victory. This game won just as close as we expected coming into this series. We knew it was going to be a back and forth. We knew it was going to be a high-quality, hyper-intensity matchup, and right now, these teams living up to that expectation.
Certainly are. 2-1 now. Still plenty of time left, especially as James Madison tries to mount a comeback. They're getting that offense back. Nothing quite yet so far, though. Dews up towards the corner, trying to pinch this one down. Does get it for Quar Runner. Evenly by Ability. Chino caught up field, needs to race back. Gets there in time. Off the corner now once more. These teams just a little bit of back and forth here, and they have been for most of this game. This one just pushed forward right into the hands of Skell. Not what Texas A&M wants. Have to go back to the drawing board, but still maintaining that control at the very least to avoid the goal being given up.
Back to the drawing board, indeed. You want to make sure they do not find the goal. It's not about you scoring anymore. It's about making sure that they don't. And TAMIU trying to make sure that that happens right here in this matchup. James Madison, they put a point on the board, but winning by that 1 point, not possible if it's 1 point less than what your opponents have already brought to the table, forcing James Madison into the defense somewhere they clearly do not want to be. And I just do not think we're going to be seeing the action we want from James Madison unless they give us a real turnaround, a real change-up on what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, they've been maintaining this control for a couple of minutes now. His ability trying to gain anything. Quickly shut down by Dews. Into the corner once more. Successful challenge once more. Shot put away by Ability. Skill, a desperation attempt for a clear. Fakes out Dews. Now it's an open net. P-Man dishes it behind one and in. Just like that, James Madison ties it up late.
James Madison with a late tie-up indeed. We needed a change of play. We needed a change of pace, and we got it from P there. It's going to be a 2-2 scoreline. 35 seconds remaining, and this could be an overtime, just like our first series of the day. Game 1 going to an overtime before a 4-0 sweep did come to fruition. Will we get that pattern once again, or is this going to stay a little bit low and slow for the time being?
It's Core Runner trying to play this one to safety across the other side of the field. Carrying it now towards the corner. Chino dropping this one down, quickly cut off. Dude's trying to play this one around 15 seconds, and neither one of these teams looks really that poised to try to get this in regulation. We might be seeing overtime here. Sent towards the side. Maybe an opportunity to be found for Texas A&M. A quick counterattack taken off of his head. Still popped up. Still life, though, for either team to take it. Chino into the corner. A pinch across. Back down to the midfield. This is going to be dangerous. Popped up high from ability. He needs to look this towards the ground. And does so smartly. We see our first overtime of the day.
Our first overtime of the evening, I believe. I think there was an overtime at the very beginning with RIT, but this is definitely the first one we've had in a while. That 2-2 on the board. Is this going to be a moment for JMU to take a lead? And I guess the very same question stands for TAMIU. A lot of back and forth into the corner here. It's going to be Skell going up high, and it's going to be a nasty no man's land. Core Runner finds some momentum early. It's going to be thrown out to ability. Could this be the moment this team needs to succeed? No, it's just going to be a demolition. The ball spikes straight down into the ground. Nobody's game.
Ooh, close call here. Dude's down, but ability able to cut it off. Chino now trying to get this one down. Core Runner back in again. Texas A&M picking up the pace of play. Trying to make James Madison uncomfortable. Not working so far. Core Runner in an uncomfortable spot himself. One taken off the field. Push forward. Dude's the redirect. B-Man had to cut back quickly. Still makes the stop. I do like that Texas A&M is kind of pressing the issue a little bit more. They're picking up that pace. They're speeding up. Again, trying to make the uncomfortable happen for James Madison. Still pressing on the offense. Cut off again. And again, despite all this increased pace of play, James Madison's defense has held strong. Got the stops when needed. Now they'll look for their own opportunities on offense.
Now almost halfway of a full game into overtime. We're got 80 seconds on the clock, and it'll continue to go up until somebody scores. An insane back and forth. Talked about these teams being close, and clearly that is coming to fruition here 90 seconds into overtime. And the ability has an opportunity. It is knocked away by TAMIU, and I think it is going to continue to be in their favor. Ball control up. It's going to have to powerhouse it away from their own goal. Can they? And Ty Skell with a nasty touch. It hurdles back up and over him. A double commit from JMU. They find it. They smack it down into center field. That's an open goal. Can Skell get there in time? No, it's ability who sneaks in to keep this scoreline at the 2-2.
Close calls on both ends. Texas A&M feels like they are more in control, though, as they continue to press it on offense. Forward for Dews, cut off by P-Man. Looking to follow, not a lot of boost. Can only play it straight up. Dews beaten out. No one is home now, and it's taken advantage of by ability. James Madison storming back and getting the win in overtime.
James Madison finding that overtime win at a pivotal moment, one that could possibly give them a series win later down the line. A win is a win regardless. That overtime, a very scary moment, one you really have to focus up on. A single mistake could very likely cost you the rest of a series, the rest of a game, and it could put your team in a spiral. Perhaps James Madison's just found their way up that spiral, or it is still the beginning of the end. Texas this close the entire time up until the literal last seconds are going into game 2. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see the flip script. No, script flipped. It's getting late.
It certainly could be. It's tough. I like the way that Texas A&M was playing a little bit more aggressive. Again, I'll say it again. They were picking up that pace of play. However, they got a little too aggressive there at the end. It left the net wide open, and it was taken advantage of by James Madison. Knocked it home, got the overtime win. So Texas A&M needs to play a little more careful, especially that third man. You can't leave it completely open because James Madison's just going to take advantage.
Without a doubt. James Madison, they found moments to sneak in. They were very clever with it, very immediate with it, and it snuck underneath the bar. Texas A&M International University could not find the snipe they wanted in those final moments. They get boxed out, and that is going to be the first game win for James Madison. Now, folks, just another reminder in case you're just joining us. I know the channel got rated a little while ago. These are best of 7s today. They are not best of 5s. So James Madison won the first one. They've got to win 3 more. Texas A&M, they've got to win 4. It's just how it works. First to 4 will win the series. Best of 7 is going to end in favor of one team or another. Right now, James Madison a little more likely to win it simply due to that first game win. But we've seen games go all the way, series go all the way to game 6. So I would not be surprised to see that happen again here in what is statistically our closest matchup of the night.
It is, and I really expected for Texas A&M to bring this one back here in Game 2. Again, I felt like they had a lot of control there late, especially in overtime with how fast they were playing. It seemed to make James Madison feel slightly uncomfortable, and although it didn't come away with a goal to win it in overtime, I still like that play style from Texas A&M. If they can go back to that, I like their chances in Game 2. However, if James Madison uses that momentum from the overtime win, which can be huge, this one might be a little more lopsided towards James Madison.
I don't disagree in the slightest. I mean, we really may be a bit of a shutout. It might be a bit of a back and forth, a 4-3. I almost said 4-4. That's literally impossible. But a 4-3 could definitely happen. 10 seconds off the clock now. James Madison, not the same level of aggression that we've been expecting, but TAMIU, they've got more than enough time to clutch back, at least take game 2 as well, and at least take game 2, tie things up, and then they might be able to seal the deal in games 3, 4, and 5.
Goal here now for Texas A&M and International. 24 seconds in, knocking home exactly the start that they want after dropping that overtime. Chino just too quick for the defense. I think that was Skell sitting there on the back line, not quick enough. And it's on and in for Texas A&M.
On and in for Texas A&M. This could be the opener this team needed to succeed. JMU finding themselves in a disadvantage. They did for a majority of game 1, and now it's just that situation in which TAMIU can find themselves advantageous, put it into game number 4 and game number 5, excuse me, as a minimum. I'd love to see it happen.
Love to see it happen as well, and you know, certainly an opportunity. Texas A&M, if they can keep this up, I like their chances to take this game too. Go down in front, not able to make the turn quite quick enough though. Sent towards the middle. Good jump here from Chino. Shot is high though. Is anybody there to follow? It's the third man, core runner in. Chino, a successful challenge across the field. I like the way that Texas, again, I like the way that they're playing. This third man aggression is nice. They've got to avoid that mistake that they made in overtime, however. Can't send him too early, and this one's a little bit risky. Luckily, Chino can clean it up and kind of keep it away from James Madison for long enough.
90 seconds off the clock here. TAMIU still feeling pretty large and in charge. TAMIU, as I've now been informed to call it. I appreciate that so much. I was really struggling with that. Somebody just told me I can call it TAMIU. Shout out to YBankno in chat for being such a good person and helping me no longer embarrass myself. It's getting very late here on the East Coast, and I'm just a sleepy caster. Now 90 seconds off the clock. TAMIU still up 1-0, but down 1-0 in the series, so it's a bit of a back and forth. Can they win this by a single point? Well, it ain't going to be easy here, Powder, because JMU, as I'm talking about it, puts their first point of the game down on the table.
What a drop-down pass from Skell. Slots it through the defense. An ability finishing it off to get the game tied, with not even 2 minutes having gone by here in game number 2. James Madison storming back quickly. The offense working out for them as well. Quickly off the kickoff, too. Looking for the back wall. A miss now. Could be free, but Skell can't get there in time. Man on the turn, Chino there to meet him. It's back in again for TAMIU.
Those misses can be so fatal, but the shots that make it in are even scarier. Quar from TAMIU is going to find that second goal on the side of TAMIU and put JMU down. Wow, there's a lot of U's going on. Put JMU down by a single point, but like you said, Powder, we are still in the first half of the game, so there's more than enough time to turn this around. We'd need a pretty solid performance from JMU, but we saw in their moments of strife, those moments of panic, are the moments that they can actually clutch out the best.
Yeah, more than enough time. But TAMIU doing a great job of making those comebacks here. They've done it a couple times. I want to say they did it in game 1 as well. Just have to see if they continue this run or if James Madison has another tie in it for them. Pushed off the side. It's TAMIU still pushing forward on offense. Skell goes underneath one. Let's see what he can do with a one-on-one. Chino will flip back towards it, take it to the corner, get the pinch out for at least a temporary clear. Doesn't last long. P-Man right back in. James Madison will press the issue, try to get this game tied, and it's Skell who does it as he gets it top shelf.
Skell diff, honestly, holy cow. I mean, what a turnaround from Skell. Like you said, a top shelf goal. All 6 members of the game are right here, right now, and still finds it off the top of the goal there. That is a huge tie-up. We've got 132 left on the clock, and that's seconds, not minutes. We've got 132 seconds left on the clock. It's just easier for my brain to process it that way. And it looks like we're going to JMU find the tie-up. Can they find the win? Can they get TAMU this sense of hope, this sense of possibility, and then rip it away from them in the final moments? It happened game 1. The premise is here in game 2. 120 seconds left on the clock. That is a goal for ability. I cannot believe that just found purchase in goal.
This is incredible. We talked about a 0-degree angle from Angel a couple matches ago, and look at ability. The double tap down off the ground and in, basically from the back wall. What a mechanical play from him to get the lead back in the hands of JMU. And quickly, TAMU might tie it up. No, they cannot. But JMU with momentum now after a play like that.
Momentum in their back pocket here, Powder. I mean, like you said, a 0-degree goal. They've taken an advantage and a lead for the first time in a long time. You know, they won out that first game in overtime. It was a tie-up. Now they've got a 1-point lead, 90 seconds on the clock. But, Powder, was it 2-2 going into overtime, or was it 3-3 going into overtime?
I
not to put you on the spot, because I can't remember.
Yeah, I should have remembered. It's literally like 5 minutes ago, but I can't remember. It was another low-scoring affair either way. These teams are not putting a lot on the board, and these goals are pretty hard to come by.
These goals are hard to come by indeed. At a moment where a team arguably needs them the most, can this be JMU walking away with a second point, putting themselves halfway done with this matchup of the evening, or can TAMU find their own goal, tie us up 3-3, force another overtime, and pray the outcome is just a little bit different than that first one?
TAMU back the other way, not for long. Ability and a good job of playing it close enough and into space to give his team the opportunity. Good back pass as well. Ability playing out of his mind so far. We talked about the skill difference earlier on. Now it's ability. Mechanical play across the field. Slots it for the defense, threading the needle for a long shot. Ability putting his team up by 2.
Yeah, good morning, ability. I mean, holy cow, just looking to farm the highlight reel right now and doing a phenomenal job at it, finding insane goals. 40 seconds left. You've got a 2-point differential. It's going to be hard for TAMU to turn this around. Hard, but not impossible, so they can't let their guard down quite yet.
Yeah, still plenty of time for TAMU. You know, 30 seconds. They can get it done, but JMU has certainly picked it up. And TAMU has to go back to that quick play style they had in game 1. It's just not happening. Ability winning out another challenge. Push back into offense. Not for long. Another time. Keyman into the corner. Dropping it down now. To the corner again. And it's skill. Forced to back pass it. Not what he wants. But they need a goal with time on the clock. And they need it right here. War Runner. The shot is wide. And that will seal it in game 2. JMU. A good push towards the end there. Led by Ability. They will go up 2-0 in the series, halfway through their run to try to get up, try to get some revenge on Texas A&M International, who did win that regular season match a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, Texas A&M International, who we did learn we can call Tammy. I just want to bring that up again because holy cow, I was getting sick of saying the acronym, and I'm glad we've got something for it. TAMU definitely struggling in game number 2 simply due to the, I can't say the ability of James Madison University, because I literally mean because of ability from James Madison University. What a strong play. That 0-degree goal into a great needle thread towards the end there to secure that 4th securing point for James Madison. A dominant performance, notably stronger than game 1, obviously, because it wasn't an overtime luck win. It was a skill-based matchmaking win from ability there, and James Madison U, they're halfway done. They might be able to win 2 more. They might be able to give us a 4-0. But honestly, it's going to be a tough call-out because I feel like TAMU is slowly but surely starting to kind of learn the plays, learn the choices, and learn the turnarounds they need to be making to give JMU a slightly more aggressive run for their money.
They are. However, if ability continues to be this first man for JMU, I think that's going to help them a lot more than the previous gameplay that they were going for. Sure, they still won game 1, but with ability making that play early on and then threading the needle for the late goal, they're looking great so far. And if they can continue this, I think they might have a shot at maybe even getting a sweep, but I think it's a little too close to call that at this point. Texas A&M International has played fantastic. They keep picking up that game, but it's just not, it hasn't quite worked out to their full ability just yet.
Yeah, and Powder, correct me if I'm wrong, this would be the second time tonight we saw the team that lost the first time win the second time, right? Because we just saw it happen in our last series. Yep. And now JMU, they're really coming out dominant, like you said. It's a little too early to call it, but ability trying to give us a little more comfortability in doing so.
Yeah, another goal from him. Again, that first man just playing so well, and this time pushing up. And look at the placement right behind the defense. He sees the defender up in the air, knows there's very little chance of him getting to it, and the other defender just kind of caught in no man's land. Middle of the net, he's not going to be able to get back to it. The placement gets him the goal, and an early lead for James Madison University. They continue to push on offense, looking for their second. Aggressive push here, ability again. He can keep playing this aggressive. I really like James Madison's chances. However, Juice comes in. The shot is put away. Ability to the side, killing it down now for Skell. And it's a clear out for James Madison.
A clear out for James Madison can be huge. They've got the 1 point already, but each team we've seen find that 1 point lead all of a sudden kind of lost the risk. We saw the draw go up, and then they had to scramble even further. Can James Madison give us another 2 point differential? We saw it for the first time at the end of game 2, 4-2 on the board, a minute off the clock. JMU has a minute on the board. Let's see if they can keep these wheels moving and grooving, or if TAMU can come in with a little bit of action of their own.
James Madison right back to the offensive end where they are so comfortable. Ability, you see him just waiting on the turn. Instead, it's P-Man pushing up. Now it's ability. Shot is off the crossbar, dangling around.
Wow.
It's got to be all the way in. Maybe the follow-up from ability. Good soft shot to the right side. That is at least his 4th in the past 2 games. The leading man for JMU as they try to push toward this sweep.
Yeah, like you said, 4th is a minimum there. I mean, it has been ability all day long. Like I said, you know, he finally just kind of showed up, woke up a little bit, and JMU took the lead. They haven't dropped it for a moment. They threw with an aggression completely unexpected and completely unparalleled from TAMU so far. But as I say it, it looks like they are going to find that first goal, putting themselves on the map here in game number 3.
A good kickoff goal there just over the defender. And that's the start that, or not the start, but the comeback that TAMU wants. 1 goal right after the other one gets scored. So you immediately cut it back down to a 1-goal deficit. Ability, though, might have a kickoff goal in mind for himself. Can't beat out Chino, however. It's out the other way. Giving away possession, and P-Man was the last man as well. Not what Texas A&M International wanted at all. Good pass, but P-Man can't get there in time. So it's back the other way for Texas A&M International.
Back the other way for Texas, and they might be able to make some magic happen off the back of it with a little bit of luck and a little bit of progress. Can they find that possibility of movement? No, instead it's stolen from TAMU. They're going to go for a clear of their own once again. Chino sends it high. It's going to be interrupted by Skell in the center field. Oh, this could be it. A double tap comes through. Is there a follow-through? That was a very risky move. Chino set up a double tap for James Madison, and many times I see a player try to do that. The enemy team capitalizes, and that's when they score. It's a risky maneuver, but it looks like it doesn't bite TAMU in the butt, at least not yet. 2 minutes off the clock. JMU still up by that single point. Can they find that clutch factor? Can they find that clutch out moment?
Trying to get it going here. Now Chino gaining possession. A flick over 1. Skell barely getting to that one, but it counts all the same. Out in the middle. Dangerous. Good cut from ability. Now Dews up at the top. Dishes it right into the hands of P-Man. Dropping down on that 100 boost. Huge for JMU as they can get back the other way with that full tank. Now Skell underneath another. Chino forced to make that desperation stop. Played to the side by ability. Dews just playing it away. Placed behind 1, but core runner in to keep in again for TAMU. Into the corner one more time. Ability over 1. Can't get over the second. Close call there. Skell beating him out. We'll take it up the side. No boost left. Just look to keep possession close. No one challenging him, giving him all the space. It allows him to get a pass midfield. Cut off now, but it's much too late. The offense still on. Should be a goal. Can he take advantage? He can't. The shot is too soft. It was too tight of an angle. A wasted opportunity there for JMU.
Holy cow, they can't be hitting every 0 angle. Apparently, JMU, they missed out a crucial goal. It was blocked away by a phenomenal defense from TAMU. Chino goes for a defensive block of his own. The setup was there. It has to, oh my goodness, it has to be a sloppy hit onto the side. You just need to get it out of that center field. So it's not an easier goal for JMU, and it looks like we're still not going to see it happen quite yet. TAMU playing a strong defense, but when you're down 1 by 90, with 90 seconds left on the clock, you've got to change something. You've got to get a little more hyper-aggressive, or you're going to lose your 3rd game in a row.
It's looking like it's coming close, especially as the offense piles on for JMU. Skell playing it slow. Can't get it past Chino, though, so he takes it to the side. Looks to go to the air. Can't get ability. Shot just a bit off. Skell forced to turn back. P-Man on the aggressive turn. The communication on point from JMU. He gives him a 2-goal lead.
60 seconds remaining, and this might be the moment for JMU to take their third game, and comfortably so. We haven't seen a 2-point lead until now from that last game. It was very dominant for JMU by the end of it, and then it started to fall apart just a little bit here in game number 3, but they have reestablished that dominance, they have reestablished that turnaround, and they are looking very likely to be the second team of the night to give us that, not reverse sweep, that's not the phrase, the unexpected outcome, so to speak. When you look at the first time they fought, JMU did not win. They were not able to clutch it out, but right now, TAMU is really struggling to stay afloat.
They are, and the most interesting thing about it is that, remember, it was like Game 5 win in a best-of-5 for Texas A&M International. It was a close series the entire way through. However, JMU seems to have completely turned things around for the remainder of their season, and they look poised for this sweep, especially as Texas A&M International just continually is giving possession away. Ability pushing it forward again as it's into the corner. TAMU just struggling to get this offense going.
Struggling to get the offense going. They steal ball control, but often it is stolen right back. It goes directly in front of JMU's goal, but nobody from TAMU is there to follow up on it. So unfortunately, that is another possibility of shot down the drain. The team cannot capitalize in time. 20 seconds remain, and JMU has game number 3 in the bag here. Powder, this puts them 5 minutes away from giving us our third sweep of the night.
We're going to have to see if JMU can pull it off. Texas A&M International, it's tough because, you know, in the previous games, they looked a lot better than in this one. I'm not even just saying that because of the scoreline. I just mean in general, the offense, the pace of play, the speed. They looked more confident, they looked more comfortable. But it feels like the longer that this series goes on, and right there at the end, it's a double commit. Gets bumped off of his head, drops to the ground, and they're 1 game away from being eliminated. They need to find a way to get back to that game 1, game 2 game style. Otherwise, JMU looks very, very ready for this sweep.
Absolutely, and something we haven't even talked about that I feel like we should bring up is every other week we've done a Star League here on Mondays, there's been kind of that aura of like, hey, we'll see him again. This loss isn't a huge deal. You know, this just affects their win-loss ratio. We haven't really honed in on the fact, teams that lost tonight, teams that will lose tonight, gone. Gone. That is the end of their journey for a Star League this season. But it's the teams that win that we get to see moving on. And it's a shame to see teams that we love and know go. But that's how competition works. So that's how brackets work. And that's how we find out who is the best of the best here at Star League. Right now, James Madison University fighting tooth and nail just to get a chance to fight for that #1 spot.
James Madison looks very ready to go against their opponent on Saturday. I just completely blanked on who they would be going up against, but still, they look very ready for it. And at this point, I like their chances on Saturday as well.
If they play like this.
Right, if they play like this, and with the way that this division specifically has gone back and forth with one another, I think James Madison, just like with Flint in the previous match, has a very great opportunity to take down that #1 seed.
Yeah, and I hear a couple of wheels moving and grooving, so I think we're jumping into game number 4 right now. Can JMU find that 4-0 victory, or will there be a game 5 on the board? Let's find out. Here comes that kickoff in favor of TAMU for just a moment, but it's P-Man who comes up and over through Quar, bounces it in off the left corner. The follow-up not going to be there. There will be probability, but the block out from TAMU is just as impressive, keeping us tied at that 0-0 scoreline. Ability with a secondary attempt, but it goes a little too fast past him into center field. Nobody's there to catch it. TAMU ball control in their favor. Doozy into the corner. Here comes a shot on goal. Can TAMU find it? The disruption from Ability makes it that much harder. Goes up high, spikes down low, and it looks like it's P-Man just barely stealing away that ball control. 30 seconds off the clock, and we have not had a second without chaos on the board. Quar falls a little too short of finding that goal.
A lot of chances here for Texas A&M, and they can't even get it done there. 2 men on the goal line. One of them gets credit for the stop. And now James Madison trying to break back the other way. Can't get it done yet, though. Another double commit for the stop. Can Ability beat him out? He can. He's back the other way. Is it a favorable bounce? Not really. The Square Runner able to take the challenge. Scale still in now for JMU. Both of these teams, what a quick start. The pace of play just picking up. All of the players just ready to get this one going. Trying to play out of their minds to try to get this win.
Yeah, very much playing the gotta do what you gotta do style of play. Just that constant pace of play doubling, feeling like it's tripling in speed here as these teams are putting everything down on the table. Like I mentioned, it's the team that wins today that walks away, but it's the team that loses that gets sent home, and this is going to be just absolutely devastating for TAMU if they cannot stop JMU. But Doozy puts that first point on the board and gives another sign of life against James Madison University.
Yeah, great start here from TMU. Ability, not exactly what he wanted. I'm trying to think if he was trying to pinch it straight out in front of him or if he was trying to keep it close. Either way, that is not what happened. It goes right into the hands of Texas A&M International. They get the first lead of this game 4 as they try to bring themselves within it. Another time where this team is going to need a reverse sweep, something you don't see happen very often in a best of 7. However, they do give themselves an opportunity there with the first lead of this game.
And, you know, in this moment, it feels so painfully reminiscent of what we saw in that last series where it was a 3-0 lead and the losing team was able to clutch back 2 games in a row, keeping us on the edge of our seats. You know, are we going to get that repeat? Are we going to get that pattern change today? Only time will tell, but James Madison, they've been down 2 of the 3 games and found themselves on the top of it by the end. So this is not a team we can count out simply because they're down by a single point.
No, certainly not. JMU certainly still within this. TMU could be definitely within this with this lead as they try to push forward again. However, James Madison back on offense where they've played well so far. Ability especially has been that first man up to this point. Let's see if he can get something done here. A pass off the corner, can't follow it. Skell playing it to the wall. Can he take out Ball Runner? Instead, just played out again. Skell's got to race back quickly, hooks it around to keep it away. Can he get this challenge? He can. Slows down Forerunner. The ability will now take over.
Ability taking over, and that's where Ability loves to be, that large and in charge, that Mr. Number 1 for the side of James Madison. That goal, so danger close, but close. Just not going to cut it, folks. You know the drill by now. You've got to put that ball 100% of the way past that goal line for the point to count, and James Madison falls too short. A great defense caught out from TMU. I think this is the pressure coming through. I think this could be TMU showing signs of life here in game number 4. This might not be a shutout, but with only 1 point on the board, we can't be sure until it truly happens.
No, close for TMU. Like you said, not a lot of time left. Time is starting to tick down. However, and TMU continuing the pressure. The shot put away there. Ability and neutral 50. P-Man with no boost wins this one out. Over towards the side. Chino, powerful pinch out. This one might just be in, and it is
there
the Cuxer
is.
pinch for a 2-0 lead now for TMU.
Chino helping TMU look a little more cleano, coming through hot there with that second point on the board. Still a 0 hanging out from JMU, and this could be a struggling position as they haven't really found themselves down by 2 this entire series. This is a first that we have not seen for quite a while in TMU. They're feeling large and in charge for the first time in 4 games. Let's see if they can keep this momentum. 80 seconds is a long, long time in the world of Rocket League.
Certainly is. JMU with the offense that they have as well. Certainly still within this. However, not a lot of time left. P-Man up. He won't be able to follow. Actually, he might. It's a miss. As Skell races in now. Wins out that challenge. Can't get it behind Chino. Ability. Can't get around one. Can't get it around the other. This defense from TMU playing a lot better now. As they look, or as they try to continue towards this win. Try to extend their season. Over towards the back wall for the double. Too soft. Can the follow-up be there? No, it cannot. Ability with the miss. And it's Skell to keep it in. But time really starting to tick down, and they need 2.
Yeah, Powder, I think you've said it best. TMU, they're looking to just extend their season as fast as they possibly can, as long as they possibly can. Is that action going to continue in their favor? With 30 seconds left on the clock, you're really feeling like it might. Things are looking great. There's 20 seconds. They might be able to end the series, or to keep the series alive, but can JMU end it right here, right now? And can they come through and find that moderate success?
It's tough to say now. Oh, and now back the other way. This one will definitely secure it as Chino knocks it home. 3-0 lead for TMU. They will extend this to a Game 5 and possibly give themselves a better opportunity at getting that reverse sweep.
3 points on the board, 7 seconds left on the clock. Powder, I know we don't really have to spell it out, but I might as well. TMU, they've got that game win in the bag. Oh, Skell, a little too late, my friend. Have that momentum moving into the next game, but unfortunately, they're going to have to kiss this game goodbye. James Madison, they're still going to be up by 2, only 1 game shy of finding that victory, but we saw this happen in the last series. Things got a lot closer than we thought they were going to. Maybe that pattern continues to prove true today.
We'll have to see. Maybe one more for the road for JMU to make this a little bit closer than it was. Either way, though, good turnaround from TMU. It's going to be a long road ahead as they try to continue for this reverse sweep. But I like how things are pointing for them. It was a much more controlled game from them. The offense looked a lot better. They got the stops when needed against James Madison, especially against Ability, who kind of carried those first 3 games. And now for TAMU heading forward, they keep that up. They might have a shot at coming back.
They very well may. That game very surprisingly dominant. Essentially, what was that, 3-4-0? And then all of a sudden, Skell finds that bonus goal that hopefully they can carry that momentum into that next game. But folks, we got to throw it to a super short break here before we jump into our next game. We'll see you right back here with some more NA Star League in just a couple of minutes. What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to Nace Star League. We are going to be jumping into Rocket League game number 5 in our fourth and final series of the evening. If you can't tell, we're getting a little bit tired here on the East Coast, but we are still going to make sure we see this series through and through. Powder, things looking really strong for JMU. They kind of, I'm not going to lie, they kind of fumble really hard there in game number 4, and Texas A&M International University just walks over them to secure a victory in game 4. Do we think this is the beginning of a turnaround, or do we think JMU just slipped a little bit?
To be honest, I think JMU just slipped a little bit, and especially with this break now for JMU to kind of regather and head into this next game, I think it's going to favor them a little bit more. Texas A&M had the momentum on their side with that win, but it might have been snuffed out a little bit with the break. So JMU now, it's on them to try to kind of reset from that loss previously and try to get this now done in Game 5 and walk away and head into Saturday with the win.
Heading into Saturday is what this is all about, and TAMU, that's part of the reason they're fighting so stinking hard tonight, is they know if they lose this series, they will unfortunately lose their spot here in Nace Star League for the rest of the season. They will have to go home with a 4-1 loss here, and that's going to be a devastating loss to walk away on. We see great ball control in favor of TAMU. It's a really, really unfortunate touch from Scal. Luckily enough, P-Man was there to catch an ability, and P-Man, double commit miscommunication that leaves ball control wide open for TAMU.
Oh, and an own goal from Ability Desperation trying to get to the stop. And instead it's in Texas A&M first blood here in Game 5.
First blood in Game 5. Now, last time last time they found first blood, we saw a pretty aggressive victory from them just a game ago in game number 4. Is that pattern going to repeat itself, Powder? I'd hate to say it, but right now the cards are lining up here.
Starting to look more and more like it, especially with the double tap down from Quar Runner. 2-0 quick lead now for Texas A&M.
Wow, a 2-0 quick. So, there's kind of a double-edged sword to a break like that in the middle of a series. We see a team that had all the momentum lose it, and a team that had none of the momentum gain it. Is dang it, isn't TAMU going to take us into that 7th game, maybe even into a game 6, but game 5 right now, they are large and in charge.
JMU needs a quick turnaround. Maybe we can start here. It's just too tough of an angle for P-Man to work with. Chino on the carry out. Pushed forward by P-Man. Poor runner up. Leaving behind. Awkward play here. Now it's a free net slotted through from Ability. The leading man once again getting another goal to bring his team within 1.
Yeah, not to insult the other players of JMU. Clearly doing a great job. They're up 3-1 in this series. Has anybody scored that is an Ability in like 3 games?
I don't know.
I really don't think so.
I think it's just been Ability.
Yeah, it's been the Ability show right now, and there's nothing wrong with that. Truly, there's not. I think if it's a strategy that works, if it ain't broke, stick to it. And I think we're kind of seeing that pattern happen right now. A minute off the clock, a 1-goal differential. What can JMU do to change things up?
JMU, I don't know, because they've allowed a little bit too much space over to TAMU. Slot in from Ability again. He's got 2 to aim. And we're only just a minute 17 in, and we have 4 on the board, 2 apiece.
The ability diff right now has just been absurd. I mean, this has been ability show all day long for JMU. And I'm not even going to lie, if it works, I'd love to see it continue, because this is currently the game plan win for JMU. Just engage with ability, see what the man can do if you give him the room, and take that win.
Great start here. Honestly, from both teams, it's not like there were really any mistakes other than Ability did have that own goal early on. But after that, it has been some high-caliber gameplay, especially from Ability, as he's now gotten it tied up himself. Down in front, a slight miss there, able to play away from P-Man. 2 are on the back line. Awkward play again. Ability for a last-minute stop. P-Man, smart to keep this one close. Needs the challenge, and he gets it. Pushed forward. Ability towards the side. Pinches it forward again. Now he wins out the challenge. Skell taking over. Dangerous play. Now over towards the other side. P-Man not getting the touch. It's an open net. Double is high, and the follow-up cannot be made from TAMU.
Quar misses 2 shots on an open goal back-to-back. Went for kind of a double tap. That didn't work. Went for a triple tap. That didn't work. A very difficult situation for Quar to be in. Keeps the scoreline 2-2. Let's see what JMU can do to find a goal of their own. P-Man goes far off to the right side. It's on from Ability. Who else would Ability at this point? An open goal from TAMU. Is it going to be enough for TAMU to succeed? Oh, what a nasty trade-off there. Quar is going to be able to catch it, smack it down into the corner. A demolition comes through. And still, JMU has that ball control. Quar going for the redemption play, going for the hero arc, and it will be Skell who keeps them hanging out at that 2-2 scoreline. 2 minutes and 8 seconds left on the clock.
Back into the corner again now is P-Man over towards the side, just keeping this one low. Awkward play from Chino and all of TAMU as well. Deuce has no boost left. Ability was too far up. Skell needs to turn. He does dish it past one with control in the air. Down to ability. Soft shot. Double commit from TAMU. The P-Man not in the position to score right away. So he plays it to the side. Dishes it down now again. Pushed out by Core Runner. Back into the middle. Ability caught off guard. Needs to get forward for this. Gets just enough of a touch to make the stop. Gives it out in front. Demolition on one, but it doesn't help the ball going forward. P-Man loses it out as well. Skell up. Beating it out. Now no one home. Somebody's got to get back. It's P-Man. Now it's a pass. Hop right. Put in by Deuce.
79 seconds remain on the clock, and Deuce finds a pivotal goal for the side of TAMU. It's going to be a difficult one for JMU to answer, but with 79 seconds, you like to think they're going to be capable of doing that. They put 2 on the board off the back of ability. Can someone at JMU step it up a little bit? Can they find that goal so ability does not have to? It's felt a little bit like a one-man show, I'm not going to lie. And okay, sick. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, JMU. They heard me, they listened, and it was all 3 of them that really came to work on that. Skell finds the touch, ability knocks it up, and P-Man puts it right down. A full triad of victory from JMU. We're tied up 3-3, 74 seconds on the clock.
Not a lot of time left in these teams. They continue to get these punches back and forth. Forward for ability. Favorable for him. Space to work with. Almost a slot, but too tough to work with. Out in the midfield. Skell can get it over towards the corner. Sheena will take time after getting the 100 boost. P-Man on the challenge. Killed down in the midfield. Deuce off towards the side. Skell coming out of net to take over. Down towards the corner now. Ability up. Gets a successful challenge. P-Man with an excellent opportunity, but he's cut off by Deuce. Now an opportunity to be found for Skell. Is it on? And it's just a bit off. Can't recover enough to get the bump. Ability will just try to play this away. So it has to take the challenge. 30 seconds left now as a double commit comes out for JMU. Now it's TAMU back the other way as they try to gain this late lead. Dropping down now, and a 51 by Deuce on and in from TAMU as they gain that late lead with only 15 seconds left. Great turnaround now for them. Continually getting this lead back. Now it's just about holding it after this kickoff, as that's where they struggled a little bit. It's where JMU had just tied it up, and now they got to get done here.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I do be sitting on my mute button sometimes. I was here the whole time, but I was muted, and, you know, it is really going to be like that sometimes. TAMU now 6 seconds away from not even an overtime from forcing another game, taking us all the way to game number 6. They go for the low ball. They're going to be able to find it. Deuce looks for a buzzer beater and doesn't even sink it, but he didn't even need it. Folks, you thought we were done. We aren't even possibly close to done. Getting that much closer to a reverse sweep. JMU, you have all 3. Just find one more. If you're looking at the side of TAMU, you're already halfway there to that reverse sweep, to taking us all the way to the last possible game of the series.
This is where we saw Lackawanna College fall short last time. They went down 3-0, won the next 2, and then fell in that game 6. We'll see if Texas A&M has it in them to stretch it to game 7 and possibly get the reverse sweep, or if James Madison University cleans things up a little bit, especially on that defensive end. The own goal early on certainly didn't help things. We'll have to see how they can get things going in their favor one more time to try to get this win.
This is going to be a tough one from JMU. That's as close as they've been, and then still lost. Usually they kept it that close. They're able to snatch out the wins. We saw a 1-point win. I think all 3 victories from James Madison. They lose by 1 point there. Texas really coming back to life. TAMU, they need to do it 2 more times. They need to force 10 more minutes of gameplay, and that doesn't include the replays and whatnot. But there's a hypothetical 2-goal differential in favor of Texas if they can continue the rampage they're on right now. But JMU, they've got to change something, Powder, or we are in for a long series. We are essentially halfway done if TAMIU does guarantee this reverse sweep.
Let's see if Texas A&M International has it in them. Again, Lackawanna College did the same thing last match. They couldn't get it done. Now it's up to Texas A&M International to continue the miracle run. Almost a kickoff goal. It is just a bit off. Forerunner does not have enough boost. Straight down ability, can't slot it through. This is an aggressive push from Skell, but he wins out the challenge. Trying to get through his ability. It's a double commit for the stop. However, they still get it done. Now back the other way in favor of TammyU.
I mean, that is pretty crazy that JMU could not find the shot on that. A phenomenal defense from TammyU. They've woken up, their backs against the wall. They've chosen fight or flight and discovered that they are indeed flightless birds on the side of TammyU. They want to find some action here in game number 6. They want to force that victory. They want to force a 3-3 matchup to make a winner-take-all Game 7 scenario for our 4th and final series of the night.
Ability across the field, right into the hands of TammyU, however. Skell now popping it up. Doesn't have the boost to get the challenge off of this. Now it's P-Man who needs to clean things up, and he does. Ability off the ceiling. Chino towards the other side. Now Skell trying to pop this one. Wins out the challenge against Chino. Forerunner right back in and into the corner. P-Man out double commit, but it does work out. They get the challenge, and it puts Chino in an awkward position. P-Man to follow. Plays it slow. Wins out one challenge. Can he slot this? He cannot. Skell forced to turn right back for it. Neither team able to find anything so far in a more higher scoring game we've seen previously. In the last game, still held scoreless 90 seconds in.
90 seconds in, not a single point on the board. So Powder, as of right now, like you said, we're pretty much guaranteed a low-scoring game unless one of these teams changes whatever play style it is they're trying to bring to the table. JMU, they were dominant. They won by a single point 3 times in a row. TammyU has changed it up. They've played a little bit faster to match the pace of JMU, and it has been working wonders for them. Now, nearly 2 minutes off the clock and not a single point on the board. Almost a rule one there, but the separation falls through, and it's not going to come to completion. Now Skell finds a shot of his own, trying to take it up and through center field. Deuce into the corner, makes it that much harder. This could be the first goal. Stolen away by Skell. Back and forth chaos. Nobody feeling comfortable enough to find a goal yet.
Oof. There was a slight touch there from JMU that they didn't necessarily want. Nearly gave it right into the hands of TammyU to get a goal. Couldn't get it done. That is still open. No one home, and Forerunner will take advantage and knock it in for the first goal.
Knocking it in for the first goal. Almost the entire first half is gone, but it is going to be a long series, apparently, as it is going to be a matchup of the ages. These teams, we knew they were going to be neck and neck going into this, and it looks like they are going to live up to that tried and true. Unless JMU gives us a miracle and they're able to turn this one around, I think we are going to go all the way to game number 7.
Things have completely turned on their heads. JMU does not have that same offensive ability they had earlier on in this series. It's been snuffed out, and other than ability, there's just nothing really to be found down there. TammyU has picked things up on the other end, their own offensive end, and it's worked out huge for them. Stop made by Chino, barely, but no one is home. P-Man doubles it down. He'll call it calculated. They'll take it. Tied 1-1.
Tied 1-1 here. We needed JMU to change things up to bring us nothing short of a miracle, and it looks like they're getting ready to do just that. They started dominant. They fell a little bit short there in 2 games in a row, and it looks like they are trying desperately to make sure it is not 3. TammyU in a good spot to win this, but JMU finally coming back to life. They might be able to win this of their own right if they can find the proper actions to do so. 2 minutes on the clock. Skell takes it high, knocked away by the defenders. Here comes P-Man with a second attempt off the crossbar. Even the crossbar wants the series to go as long as humanly possible. 2 minutes remaining. Could this be P-Man finding some momentum? But no, Deuce takes it away. Skell just low enough to catch that ball. And we are back to square one. 1-1 on the board.
Chino still with the control taken off of his head. Skell on the fake. Forerunner will be there with plenty of time. Can't beat the last one out. No boost left in the tank either. This will be dangerous now as Skell just needs to dish this right side. He can't get it through. He might have been boostless as well. A tough call there for James Madison. Didn't get the goal, but still, things are knotted up. There's about 80 seconds left for either team to try to find this in regulation.
Let's see if they can, Powder. I mean, this is going to be a possible overtime matchup. We saw, I think, every single game look just like this. Maybe not 1-1, but a tie-up somewhere down the line in overtime just looming in the distance. And we may be getting that once again, but with 60 seconds, we've seen TammyU clutch this exact scenario out 2 separate times. It is JMU's turn to write history. They need to find a goal, they need to find the momentum, and they need to win this series. Right now, TammyU, they've got the perfect lineup, ability just barely there to clear it down towards center field. It's going to be a catch-out by TammyU. They keep momentum in the back third of James Madison, and James Madison desperate to keep it out of there. We're down to 40 seconds left. Somebody needs to score. Somebody needs to choose what happens next.
This is a good push from P-Man. And it's Chino now gaining it, giving it away to Core Runner. And now an aggressive play here from Chino as he gets it forward. Excuse me, actually, Chino was there on the back line. He's forward now. As giving it away to Dooz. The shot just a bit off. Core Runner, last man, pushes up in the midfield. Now what they want, can P-Man get there in time? He cannot. Now it's ability over towards the side in the final 10 seconds. TammyU with the offense, but not a lot of control with it. Pushing it towards the side, but wide. The shot is just on and in, and at 0 seconds, Dooz sends it to game 7.
Dooz sends it all the way to game number 7. That is just the exact expectation we had going into this series, that it would possibly go all the way. And if you're a JMU fan now, you're trying to play it stoic, trying to play it cool, but you're going to start shaking in your boots a little bit. You've lost 3 games in a row, and TammyU is 1 game away from that reverse sweep. We talked about how rare it is to see a reverse sweep in a best of 7, yet TammyU is 5 minutes away from possibly exactly that happening.
They certainly are. I honestly didn't think it was going to happen with the way that James Madison was playing in the first 3 games. It felt like it was very securely within their hands, but TammyU has brought it completely back, and at this point, I don't see anything stopping them from completing the reverse sweep. James Madison has not looked the same as they had in the first 3 games. TammyU looks ready, and I would say that they have the massive upper hand, and honestly, I predict them at this point to win this game 7.
I think I'm with you. I think I'm with you there, Powder. And I'm really trying to think it through. James Madison, they started strong, but there's that phrase I always use, running the sprint instead of the mile, instead of the marathon, and maybe that's what James Madison did. Playing best of 5s all season. You've got to look at it. 2nd series in a row where this being a best of 5 could have been a completely different story. But because we've gone all the way to that 7, because we've gone that 1 extra game, it's turned into 2 extra games, 3, and now the 4th extra game on the table, all in favor possibly of TammyU. It is because you get that 1 extra game to learn about your opponent, to see what they've been bringing to the table, to see what they're doing. It's just that opportunity that has helped TammyU make it this far to our 7th and guaranteed final game of the evening.
Yeah, final game where Champions Field is meant to be played now in this game 7. We'll see who comes away with it. We'll see who goes on to face Northeastern University on Saturday. And ability, again, this goal-scoring maniac for James Madison University with an immediate kickoff goal.
JMU did all of this just to win Game 7. I'm not even going to lie. I'm going to be a little upset because TammyU has put in the work for this. They have gone all the way to almost reverse sweep. And if JMU now, 15 minutes later, 17 goals later, comes back and takes TammyU down, that is going to be a devastating turnaround.
Oh, but a free net here for Chino gets cut off by ability. Dooz, though, with an opportunity on the redirect, cannot get it. Ability trying to recover on the side. At least gets it out to P-Man. P-Man again on the rotation in. Now it's Skell popping into the air with a full tank of boost behind him, though, towards an open net. Just a bit off, and Ability gets there either way. Full tank of boost for him, using the last of it now to push this forward into the offensive half. JMU playing much faster than they've played in the previous 3 games. Seems like this lack of speed might have been their woes. They've cleaned that up a little bit. They look much better early on in Game 7.
Game 7 starting strong. A minute off the clock. We see the 2nd goal almost come to fruition, but it's going to fall a little bit off to the left side. I've got to say, JMU, they're in a tough spot. The solidifier underneath them like we didn't expect, but I've got to say it, Powder, and I know people are probably thinking it. It's just ability right now. And that makes it so hard for this team to succeed anything past this series. The rest of the series, the rest of the team has to be playing to that par. It's been ability almost the entire series that's keeping JMU afloat. TammyU, all 3 of them are finding goals. All 3 of them are finding demolitions. All 3 of them are coming to fruition. I think statistically, they would have a better chance of success moving further into this tournament. But if ability wakes up enough to give JMU the success they find, I think they're going to be in for a rude awakening on Saturday.
Oh my, what a howitzer here from Skell. All the way from the other side, bangs it home. And now JMU looking much more comfortable here as they start to enter near halftime of Game 7.
Is this the moment JMU can finally succeed? We're going to have to wait and find out. 90 seconds off the clock, and this is that moment everyone has been waiting for. They lost 3 games in a row. They really began to fall apart in the middle of the series, but maybe it was all worth it at the end of the day. JMU, 2 goals on the board, 3 minutes left. Can they clutch out what should have never been a clutch in Game 7? Can they make this that 4-3 victory?
Another bang from the other side. This time, Chino able to get around on it. Off the corner of the field, no one from TAMIU able to catch up to it. And now another long one out this time from TAMIU. You keep going bang, bang across the field. Ability doing it himself this time laterally. Both of these teams just looking for the long shots out. This one back towards Skell. Off the corner, one taken off the field, two taken off the field. The aggression and ability will clean it up. 3-0 lead nearing halftime.
3-0 lead nearing halftime. I mean, this is something, Powder. I'm really getting to the point where I'm at a loss for words. Where was this in game 4? You know, like what was happening to JMU at that time? Were they feeling complacent? Were they feeling a little bit too comfortable with their lead? I mean, this is absolutely absurd to lose 3 straight games in a row and then dominate in game 7. Were they just doing it for the fans? Were they just keeping it interesting? Truly, I have no idea, but Dues fighting back for TAMIU here. We are jumping into the second half of game number 7. This is all we've got left. 2.5 minutes to decide who walks away to Saturday.
TAMIU doing a great job getting themselves back within it with that goal there. Right off the kickoff as well. So back within 2 now. But they do have to start get things going quickly because JMU's offense has been back to the way it was earlier on in this series. Cannot quite get the pinch there. It's more TAMIU offense. A Skell towards the side wall. Cleared out by ability. He won't be able to follow. Instead, Dues will use the last of his boost to push it towards the side. A loss of a challenge. No one is home. Can Skell get around on it? He can, and the bump will secure the save as well. Good job from that third man rotating in. JMU back the other way, not for long as it's cleared back in. But the JMU defense looking a lot better now.
A lot better indeed, Powder. And with only 2 minutes left on the clock, I mean, a minute 50, we're sub 2 minutes. This could be JMU securing that victory. And I think we're going to be seeing it. We need TAMIU to really turn things around. They've got 100 seconds, 1 goal per 50 seconds. The cards are absolutely on the table. The question is, are they in the right order? And as a huge opener for TAMIU is completely whiffed, that shows that maybe the cards are not going to be aligned for them here tonight.
TAMIU going right back to it on offense, however, still giving themselves life, but there's just not much to be found. Again, their only goal was the kickoff goal. Oh, and this clears now, but they want to either pinch out in the midfield. Skell, can he get there first? He can't. But P-Man, with all the time in the world, that's all he needs to do is play it behind one, waste a little bit more time, even if it's just a couple of seconds. Down off the side as Skell takes over one more time. Down in front, oh, he's taken off the field. It was a close call, but 60 seconds left, and TAMIU struggling to break out.
TAMIU struggling to break out in a critical moment. They fought back so hard. They fought tooth and nail until the bitter end, but I'm afraid the end may be meeting them in this very moment. You hate to see it, Powder. You really do, but with less than a minute on the clock, we're looking at 1 goal per, I don't know, not enough seconds for this team in their current situation. TAMIU burnt it all. They took it all the way to game 7. They kicked butt. They took names, but at the end of the day, they could not clutch out the game that mattered the most, the one that would secure them that spot on Saturday. That is the honor reserved for James Madison University, unless TAMIU gives us a miracle in the remaining 24 seconds of game 7.
And honestly, I'm not seeing it happen. They look desperate, doing anything they can to push it towards the net, but the double commits are coming out, and this goal right here as it's off the crossbar. Oh, I called it too soon. Nearly in, but either way, they are suffocated on offense. That goal right there will seal it. JMU lost 3 straight, but in a best of 7, it doesn't matter. They fend off the reverse sweep and will advance to play Northeastern University on Saturday for the conference championship.
That was a great performance by JMU. It was a full-blown Game 7 series, folks. We made it best of 7s for a reason, and it looks like we get to find out why. That 7th game coming in clutch. I hope you had a great time. I hope you were entertained. I hope you were shocked. Maybe there were tears of joy. Maybe there were tears of sadness. Whatever it was, I hope you had a great time watching it, because JMU, they have in fact secured that Game 7 victory. And that was just, I mean, that was definitely a series, Powder.
It was a series. We can certainly describe it as one. What domination in Game 7 from JMU, and clutch as well to drop 3 straight after they had won 3 straight. Ice up, avoid the reverse sweep, and it will get them that conference championship match against Northeastern on Saturday. Revenge for them. They got the revenge tonight against TAMIU. Now 1 more to try to advance themselves into the playoffs.
One more indeed, Powder. And folks, we know it has been a pretty long night, so thank you all so much for bearing with us. We're going to try to pull that interview in here as quickly as possible. A huge congratulations to James Madison University. I'm very excited to hopefully get to talk to one of these players, see kind of what happened, what fell apart, and why it was so easy to win Game 7 when Games 4, 5, and 6 were dominant against them. But Powder, I mean, what a way to end the night, right?
Yeah, it generally could not have ended the night in any other way other than a Game 7. And almost on a reverse sweep, too. I really thought TMU had it in them. And, of course, I jinxed it heading into Game 7. I had them as my prediction at the beginning, had them predicted heading into Game 7, and what do you know? They turn around and completely wipe the floor with them, to be honest. That was getting ugly there at the end. JMU just domination there in Game 7, securing that win.
Securing that win, indeed. And, I want to make up that critical point once again. JMU wins this, but I think we're really seeing a difference in the dynamic and team playability because it was ability that gave JMU this win. That is unarguable. That is undoubtable. It was due to abilities, individual gameplay that they were able to win this. But that's always what I say is the difference between a good team and a great team. A good team has one very strong player on a team. A great team has three. And I really do think TMU had the stronger team dynamic, but the cards fell in the right way. Ability pops off in game number 7 and secures it. So this matchup in particular, I'm quite eager to see on Saturday to see if ability can continue to deadlift the team into a higher success position.
Yeah, you do have a very good point because TMU, they did seem to play as that gelled unit together. I wouldn't say that JMU wasn't playing that way, but it did seem to still be the ability show. He scored, I mean, he had to have had at least 6 goals across the series, and that's probably not even all of them. It was an incredible showing from him, and it's not that we didn't see a lot from Skell and P-Man. They were playing excellent second and third man rotations. It just wasn't, it didn't feel as gelled. It felt like a lot of solo play from all the players. And I mean, it worked out, it got them the win, but it's something they might need to kind of work on heading into the Northeastern match on Saturday.
Yeah, the gameplay may have been a little bit more predictable. It may have just been, if we saw TMU choose to constantly demo the side of ability, could have possibly changed the game, possibly could have rewritten. And I think that's kind of what I'm thinking when I talk about the predictability of the team composition is that one front runner is your only front runner right now. Maybe shift up that dynamic a little bit. Maybe bring somebody new out. And I hope JMU takes this as criticism. They did win, but I'm just still not trying to be mean to the team. I'm just trying to say things I would like to see changed in the future. And TMU, I mean, they went tooth and nail, toe-to-toe. They went all the way to game number 7. They tried to make that magic happen. And unfortunately, they fall just a little bit too short. And I think that is our kiss goodbye to them in a Star League as of now.
And unfortunately, it might have a chance of the last chance qualifier, but for now, that is it for them. And it's JMU, again, fending off that reverse sweep. They do advance to Saturday against Northeastern. And that's another one that I'm excited to see. I think this one might be a little more lopsided, but still I'm excited to see it. We do have our interview ready.
Let's see who's going to be joining us for the interview from JMU. I love that rhymes. It's always very fun to say. And it's Skell coming in from James Madison University. Skell, who's creeping in behind you?
So this is Ability, actually. He's my
that's Ability,
teammate,
perfect.
And he plays in the other room. So
perfect.
Figured he could come in as well. Say what's up.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. So I just want to ask, looking at that, you guys are dominant 3 games in a row, and then you don't get smoked, but you lose 3 games in a row. So what happened to team dynamic there? What made it so easy to win 3 and then get stomped and then dominating game number 7? What was going on there?
Yeah, for sure. I think the team got a little complacent. I know I did. I kind of fell asleep, to say the least. The last 3 games didn't really play all that well, and then last game I was like, all right, I got to turn it on. I got to focus a little bit harder. So that's definitely, I got to say, a little bit my fault for slacking there, but we pulled it back and we got the dub in the end. So GG's to Texas A&M.
Taking the ownership, I like it. And from what I saw, it seemed to be like, at least tonight, it was the ability show. Just so many mechanical plays. Is that typically how you guys play? Do you typically play around ability, or did he kind of have just one of those peak nights tonight?
It really depends. He's a very mechanical player, very good player when it comes to making the solo plays and playing around him and whatnot. Actually, in fact, we can step on each other's toes too much trying to make solo plays. And so finding our role was something we really try to do early on as a team, trying to build on it. So I would say, yeah, he definitely has that peak ability. No pun intended, but it's kind of his name. So he definitely has some good plays from time to time. We'll say that.
Yeah, he certainly showed it tonight. And then you guys got your revenge tonight against Texas A&M International. We saw you lost to them in a game 5 earlier on. So Bet that's gotta feel good.
Overtime,
Now you get
dude.
to go against Northeastern University on Saturday for more revenge. What are you guys doing to prepare for that and try to take that team down?
Well, we're just probably going to look at our replays from last time we played them. We were actually the only team to take a game off of them, which is kind of exciting. So we're going to see if we can take them down, but we'll see because they're a very, very good team. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Skell, just one more
For a
quick
time.
question for you, then we'll let you call it a night. Is there anybody else you'd like to give a
Absolutely.
shout out or a thank you to just while you're here with us?
I want to give a huge shout out to P-Man, actually, our substitute. He came in about a day's notice beforehand, and he killed it. So shout out to P-Man, shout out to my parents, shout out to all my teammates, shout out to all my teammates' parents. I'm sure they're watching from home, so.
Perfect. You
All
love
right,
to. Well,
guys.
hey, Skell, huge congrats, man, and we will see you on Saturday.
Absolutely. Yes,
All right,
I will.
and with that, folks, we're going to go ahead and call it a night here at Nace Star League. It has been a long one. It has been a fun one. And it has been a very intense matchup. That is going to be it from us here. So I want to give a big shout out to, and of course, I lose it because every time I need it, I lose it. But we're going to stall. We're going to stall. It's been a long night. We're going to wait. We're going to make it just a little bit longer while I find it because I'm going to make sure I name every single person that I have to. A big shout out to Extra Life Corsair, Monster, BetterHelp, Duncan, and Mavix for making all of this possible. A huge shout out to our production team in the control room, in the back lines, making everything possible. And of course, thank you all for watching. Thank you to all the teams we saw tonight. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other. Enjoy the rest of Nace this week, and we'll see you on Saturday.